Chapter 671. The virtue accumulation pill was one of the few pills that could be mass-produced. There were actually many pills that were as effective or even more effective than the virtue accumulation pill. However, many medicinal herbs could not be cultivated in large quantities. They were either extremely rare or could only be gathered in the wilderness. However, the virtue accumulation pill was different. Every medicinal herb was cultivated in a garden. Of course, it also took a lot of time. The longer it took, the stronger the medicinal properties, and the better the virtue accumulation pill. The most ordinary virtue accumulation pill was equivalent to a year of cultivation. Above that, there were also virtue accumulation pills of 3 years, 5 years, and so on. Although it took some time to refine the medicinal properties and remove the dregs, it could greatly reduce the cultivation time. Although the spirit grass contained in it could be cultivated, its value was still extremely high. However, if the foundation was unstable because of taking the pill, then the saved time would have to be spent at the bottleneck. No matter how good the medicinal herbs were, they could only be a powerful support. They could not completely replace the cultivator's own cultivation. The cultivator had to consider and bear the gains and losses themselves. I don't have many virtue accumulation pills on hand. The best is a 5 years virtue accumulation pill, but it's hundreds of times more valuable than ordinary pills. I'll take it. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan bought 5 virtue accumulation pills. 3 of them were ordinary virtue accumulation pills. One was 3 years, and the other was 5 years. Then, he lingered in the prefecture capital for a few more days. Before leaving, he gave the 5 years virtue accumulation pill to Han Qiongji. They spent more time apart than together, so he could only make up for it in other ways. He still remembered the strange expression on Han Qiongji's face as she held the virtue accumulation pill. The joy of obtaining such a precious pill was completely overshadowed by other emotions. It seemed like she wanted to refuse, but she accepted it in the end. Li Qingshan understood that he should perhaps stay for a while longer. However, he also knew that it was time for him to go on his way again. He could not stay in one place for long for anyone. He could only keep moving forward and reach beyond the 9 heavens. He did not even have time to care about his own emotions. So, he kissed goodbye and left. Li Qingshan collected his thoughts and stepped into Qing Xiao's cave. He took out the Azura field and took it out. He had not had the chance to examine it in detail yet. There didn't seem to be any changes to its appearance. It was just stained with a layer of blood and some scarlet runes. With a light toss, the Azura field enlarged to the size of a Mongolian yurt. Li Qingshan stepped in, and the scene before him changed. A vast expanse of land spread out before him, and at the same time, he changed into his crimson-haired and crimson-eyed appearance. He spread his wings and with a light flap, the scenery was instantly pulled into millions of colorful lines that rapidly flew backward. He stopped in front of the towering tree. The sunflowers were still blooming, and the flowering period had not passed yet. They decorated the great banyan tree brilliantly. Therefore, Li Qingshan announced to the big tree, "From today onwards, I am the owner of this place. I'm North Moon. You must be one of the 10 demon kings, the banyan tree king." At present, the most important resource in the Azura field was this banyan tree king. Not only could he provide tree sap that could rapidly recover his spiritual power, he could also give him wisdom and enlightenment. He could seek guidance on many problems in cultivation. Therefore, the first thing he did after entering the Azura field was to pay him a visit. "It's you." The banyan tree king let out a cry of surprise. "What's me? Have you seen me before?" Li Qingshan was shocked, but his expression did not change. "You're Li Qingshan. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be that kind of lowly human?" Li Qingshan raised his voice in displeasure. The banyan tree king suddenly laughed loudly. His enormous body trembled slightly, and his laughter was filled with understanding. "No wonder I felt that this Azura field had been refined from the inside. So it was your doing. Sai Qing, that brat, is probably going to vomit blood from anger now." Li Qingshan's body relaxed. "All right, how did you know? Although I've lived for over 10,000 years, I'm not so forgetful that I can't recognize you after just a few days of separation. Compared to your appearance and aura, your subtle expressions, the way you speak, and your body language are equally clear in my eyes. Li Qingshan could only admit that sometimes, he could not hide from others just by changing his face or changing his demonic aura. At the very least, he could not hide from this old and wise banyan tree king. The reason why his double identity had not been seen through was that most of the people who interacted with the North Moon did not recognize Li Qingshan. Furthermore, those who were familiar with Li Qingshan had very little contact with the North Moon. As a result, there was an asymmetry of information. Coupled with the fact that he had used his doppelgangers to confuse others, he had managed to maintain this secret until today. With this lesson, he had to be more careful in the future. Then I'll have to trouble you to keep this a secret for me. Don't worry. To me, your little secret is nothing. I've kept many secrets of even greater importance. The Banyan Tree King had experienced many things. Although Li Qingshan's existence was rather strange, he did not seem particularly outstanding compared to his predecessors. Of course, this was only his current opinion. Li Qingshan had nothing to worry about with the Banyan Tree King's promise. As a result, he smiled. Since we're acquaintances, then I won't hold back. Actually, I still have many questions regarding the scripture of the boundless ocean. I'd like to ask for your guidance, fellow. Above Mooncourt Lake, rain poured down and the waves surged violently. A huge, red carp swam and rolled in the lake, rising to the surface from time to time and diving to the bottom from time to time. Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky, following it the entire time. What's happened? In the Mooncourt dwelling in the center of the lake, two beautiful female night roamers stood on a tall lookout. One possessed a noble bearing, and her eyes twinkled like stars. The other was sexy and enchanting, with large breasts and a large bottom. They were the sisters Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo. Their gazes pierced through the curtain of rain, gazing into the depths of the black water. Yi Liusu said, "It seems like the carp Master rides on is undergoing its tribulation." Yi Liubo was surprised. "It's just transforming into a demon general, so how can it cause such a great disturbance?" Yi Liusu had a vague guess, but she did not mention it. The only possibility was that the carp possessed the water god seal, but why would something like the water god seal be given to someone else unless it was absolutely necessary? She could not help but worry. The carp that Li Qingshan had named Li El Red returned to Mooncourt Lake with the water god seal in its mouth. The power in the water god seal naturally flowed into its body. By now, the water god seal had basically refined all the water in the Rui Commandery, both above and below ground. The Rui Commandery that spanned 1,500 kilometers possessed extremely abundant water resources, equivalent to 10 Jiangnan. Just how tremendous was the water spiritual energy it contained? Even absorbing 1,000th of its spiritual energy was equivalent to who knew how many pills to a water element demon. As a demon, they did not have as many cultivation realms and bottlenecks as humans. The most difficult part was accumulating spiritual energy. With the water god seal as a foundation, it reached the boundary of demon general in just a few days, drawing down a heavenly tribulation. It contended against the heavenly tribulation, so it obviously drew out the power of the water god seal. Two figures also appeared at a ferry on the shores of Mooncourt Lake. One was a vicious man with a savage expression, while the other was a scholar with a dark expression who waved a black feather fan. They were Yi Dan and Jiozhen. That bastard North Moon actually dared to trick us like this. If I don't kill all of his subordinates, I won't be able to dispel my hatred. Yi Dan ground his teeth. Killing them all would be far too wasteful. It's better to capture them and sell them as slaves back to the Dragon Province. That way, we can make up for quite a lot of our losses. Diamonds and male night roamers are sent into the battlefields, and female night roamers can be sold for quite a good price too. Jiozhen waved his fan. He seemed extremely calm, but his eyes burned with malice. As Sai Qing's right-hand men, they had always received Sai Qing's courtesy and trust. They had also received many benefits from Sai Qing's identity as a prince. When the Lord worried, his subjects would be humiliated. When the Lord was humiliated, his subjects would die. Now that Sai Qing had just taken office, he had been forced to return to the Dragon Province to apologize for his crimes. To them, This was a great humiliation. They had to get revenge. As a result, they cast aside all of their schemes and used absolute strength to crush their way over. When they saw the situation above Mooncourt Lake, they came to the same conclusion. There's a demon undergoing a tribulation. With such a disturbance, don't tell me it's that wretched demon of the North Moon? He's only a demon general right now, yet he's already so powerful. If he breaks through to demon commander, just who in the Rui commandery can stop him? Idan frowned. Jiozhen calculated with his fingers. It's just a single heavenly tribulation. It's definitely not the North Moon. How can it cause such a disturbance? He sank into thought for a while before his eyes lit up. It's very likely for the Water God Seal to be in the demon's possession. As long as they obtained the Water God Seal, they could make up for the loss of the Azura Field. If they combined it with the Mountain God Seal and refined the true seal of mountains and rivers, they would basically have achieved their objective. Right when the two of them were about to strike out, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. My two friends, it's really been a while. What brings you to my humble abode today? In the storm, a man with scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, and completely naked stepped over the surface of the water, striding over. His flawlessly handsome face carried a wicked smile. He was North Moon, or more accurately, Li Qingshan's mirror clone. As the saying went, when enemies met, their eyes would turn bloodshot. Idan's eyes had indeed become bloodshot all of a sudden. He gave off a violent aura, immediately scattering the rain in the surroundings. He stared at North Moon like a monster about to swallow him whole. North Moon. Jiozhen raised his feather fan and stopped Idan. North Moon, return the Azura Field, and we'll write off our grievances. We'll leave immediately. Or do you really want to fight to the death with us? However, he had already made up his mind. Once North Moon handed over the Azura Field, he would immediately snatch the Water God Seal and cut off his wings, before finding an opportunity to kill him. Well, I admit that I was indeed in the wrong in this matter, but the Azura Field is not in my hands. It was snatched away by that Mo Yu, and I was almost killed by him. I only managed to escape with great difficulty. North Moon spread his hands and said helplessly. He also frowned internally. With just a clone, he was definitely no match for any one of them. Even if his main body rushed over, he would not be able to defeat their combined forces, unless Helicoverpa Rosa was willing to come and help him later. However, he had no hope in this at all. Chapter 672. In the commandery city of Rui, Liu Changqing and the others boarded the soaring dragon ship again. When they bid farewell to Li Qingshan, Yushin secretly told Li Qingshan that she had a request, which was to borrow the Water God Seal to cultivate for a period of time. This request could not be any easier for Li Qingshan. The Water God Seal came from her in the first place. She could not even use 1/10, or even 100th, of the water spiritual chi stored in the previous Water God Seal. Li Qingshan agreed straightforwardly. Afterwards, after bidding farewell to Han Qiongji, he found a small lake in the mountains and used the water mirror's image again, creating a mirror clone and hurrying over to Mooncourt Lake. He never thought he would just happen to run into this storm, as well as Jiozhen and Idan. The Water God Seal was in danger of being lost. As a result, he purposefully told some lies to confuse the two of them. Surely Mo Yu had not gone out of his way to tell them that he had not obtained the Azura Field, right? As one of the people who had been fooled, Mo Yu had indeed not publicized his failure. Sai Qing did not have the opportunity to confront him either. Jiozhen and Yi Den exchanged glances. They really could not be certain that the Azura Field was in the hands of the North Moon right now. Logically speaking, it was instead very likely that it was not in his hand. As the Crown Prince of the Green Province Diamonds, Mo Yu's strength and reputation surpassed the North Moon's. In a one-on-one situation, he obviously had a better chance at victory. Back then, it was Mo Yu who had restrained the North Moon and taken the initiative to move elsewhere. Clearly, victory was within his grasp. Jiozhen suddenly asked, "How did you know the Dragon Arena has become the Azura Field?" "I've been guarding it for a very long time too. If I didn't even know what it was, why would I try to steal it? Sai, I didn't think it would be all for naught. Mo Yu is a Qing's enemy, as well as my enemy. We should work together against him and take back the Azura field. If we get entangled with each other again, won't they laugh at us? The more Li Qingshan spoke, the more he felt like he really was a fucking glib tongue. At the same time, he approached the two of them, expressing that he had no ill intentions. That makes sense. Jiozhen nodded. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew towards the depths of Mooncourt Lake. At the same time, Edan threw a punch. The force of the punch turned into a hideous black wolf head, letting out a shrill howl. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at Li Qingshan. Regardless of whether the Azura field was in the North Moon's hands or not, this water god seal must be obtained. However, Li Qingshan's reactions were faster. Before the two of them had even struck, he had already sensed it through the spirit turtle. He directly spread his wings and soared into the sky, charging towards Mooncourt Lake. But as soon as the wolf howled, it was as if a demonic sound pierced through his mind. His body stiffened, and the wolf head followed him like a shadow. He punched back. It landed on the wolf's head and unleashed the tremors of the ox demon. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely. A thatched hut and several small boats on the ferry were instantly destroyed, creating a huge crater. The rainwater within a radius of 10 li was swept away and shot out in all directions like bullets, piercing through countless trees. In that instant, Li Qingshan's clone was heavily injured, and a large portion of his demon chi had vanished. Edan was even more vicious than he had anticipated. He was definitely not something regular golden core cultivators could compare to. He only needed one more strike, and his clone would be in danger of collapsing. He hurriedly used the water mirror's image, channeling demon chi into his clone through his main body. The injuries and lost demon chi recovered very quickly, but in that instant, Jiozhen had already flown several li away. He wanted to obtain the water god seal first and then work together with Edan to launch a pincer attack on North Moon. Li Qingshan waved his right hand and a violet talisman flew over. He bellowed, "Freeze!" Jiozhen's figure suddenly stiffened, like a tiny insect stuck in space, immobilized. A freeze talisman. Edan, stop him. He circulated his powers in a hurry. He never expected North Moon to use a precious violet talisman right off the bat, but the freeze talisman could not freeze him for long. Now, he instead eased up, as he had confirmed that this was not North Moon's main body. Without waiting for Jiozhen's warning, Edan's punch had succeeded, and he followed it up with another punch. His chi condensed into half a wolf. The wolf's howl even drowned out the thunderous storm. If he were struck directly, he probably would not even have the time to recover before he would directly collapse. All Li Qingshan could do was flap his wings of wind and fire desperately. The huge wolf lunged over from behind, and he swung his hand backwards without even looking back. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Pieces of translucent hexagons weaved together to form a thin screen of light behind him. It clearly reflected the huge wolf's posture. Edan did not take this tiny obstacle seriously at all. The huge wolf collided with the screen of light and tore it apart easily, but a small portion of the force was reflected back. The huge wolf twisted and exploded loudly. Affected by the shockwaves, Li Qingshan felt his back ache, but he could not care about that. Right now, he was in a race against Jiozhen. He had to obtain the water god seal first before immediately using the water mirror's image to hand the water god seal to his main body. Then, he would win. He flew forward further and saw Jiozhen staring at him with a sunken face. His body trembled slightly as light flickered on his body, about to break free from the freeze talisman's restraints at any time. A foul wind rushed over from behind, and Edan's figure swelled up, turning into a giant almost 30 meters tall. His clothes ripped apart, revealing a lifelike tattoo of a black wolf on his chest. He roared furiously as he strode over, actually no slower than when he flapped his wings. Truly, there was a tiger ahead and a wolf behind. Jiozhen's arm suddenly moved. He waved his feather fan lightly and pointed it at the approaching North Moon. The lightning in the sky seemed to have found a guide and target in that instant. They gathered into a blazing lightning snake, swimming through the sky at an unbelievable speed and striking Li Qingshan. Boom! Li Qingshan's entire body shook. He did not feel any pain, only a deep numbness. For a moment, he was unable to move. Only then did he feel intense pain everywhere. If Jiozhan had not barely managed to cast a spell under the effects of the freeze talisman, this bolt of lightning would have completely ended Li Qingshan's race. Before he could recover his wits, an evil wind assaulted him from behind. The gigantic Yi Dan stretched out his fingers and grabbed at him. He only needed to squeeze hard, and his clone would immediately shatter. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and took out a second purple talisman, activating it. There was a flash of golden light, forming a steel fortress around him. This was a defensive talisman. The steel fortress twisted and deformed under Yi Dan's brute force, producing an ear-piercing rumble, but it forcefully blocked it. Li Qingshan had already used this opportunity to fly towards the center of Moon Court Lake. Jiozhan waved his feather fan again, and a whirlwind whistled up, sucking Li Qingshan in. The battle on the lakeside reached the island in the center of the lake. Yi Liubo said in surprise and joy, "Sister, it's Master's demon Qi. He's currently fighting with someone. Gather everyone." Yi Liusu passed down the order, and the night roamers answered loudly below the watchtower. As the commander of the night roamers recognized by the North Moon, Li Qingshan had already used her own methods to consolidate her authority, even though it had already been quite some time since he last came. She was slowly restoring the glory of the night roamers. "But how can we help Master with just us?" Yi Liubo was willing to die for him, but she also understood that his battle was not something they could take part in with their strength. "Have you forgotten? Get everyone to the altar. Mother will host the ceremony." "Yeah. I almost forgot. What about you, sister?" "I'm going out for a moment." "Going out?" Yi Liubo gazed in the direction of the lakeside. Just the shockwaves from the battle there were enough to make her shiver inside. "I'm not taking part in the battle. I'm taking the water god seal." "Oh right, send someone to invite Helicoverpa Rosa." Before Yi Liubo could reply, Yi Liusu leapt off the watchtower. She merged into the darkness. She was not too clear about the exact situation, but she could tell that the water god seal was crucial. With his strength, he could flee even if he could not win. The chances of him being directly killed were not great. However, if he lost the water god seal, it would be an irreparable loss. The pitch-black torrential rain whistled down. Li Qingshan gasped for air, but in that moment, he had almost been killed several times, and had already used up all the purple amulets he had on him. He had only managed to slow down Jiozhan and Yi Dan's footsteps slightly, but was unable to cause any damage to them. The two of them had displayed terrifying strength that far surpassed that of ordinary golden core cultivators. Either one of them had the strength to fight against his main body. It was all thanks to that rare purple immobilizing talisman at the beginning that Jiozhan could hold out for this moment, preventing him from using his full strength. However, the power of this immobilizing talisman ended here. Jiozhan shuddered and struggled free. A sinister smile appeared on his face, but he felt slightly regretful. "I was worried that it was his main body, but it turns out that it's just a clone. I should have joined forces with Yi Dan from the beginning and killed him. I guarantee that he won't even be able to use those purple amulets." With a thought, he waved the feather fan in his hand. This time, it was Li Qingshan's turn to be unable to move. He was enveloped by the giant wolf in the blink of an eye. He did not even have the time to recall his clone. The clone was directly destroyed and disappeared between heaven and earth. With such an absolute difference in strength, he had already done his best to be able to struggle to such an extent. After Jiozhan waved his fan, he did not even look at the result, and flew towards the place where the lightning intersected. Yi Liubo had completed Yi Liusu's orders, and waited by the lakeside. She looked anxiously at the sky full of wind and rain, and her heart suddenly shook. Master's demon Qi has disappeared. That can't be, that's just Master's clone. He might have concealed his aura and escaped. Master won't die. What are you mumbling about? Yi Liusu walked out from the dark lake. The water flowed smoothly off her body, and she carried a naked child in her right hand. He looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, and he was struggling with his legs. However, his movements did not seem like those of a human's. "This is that fish." Yi Liusu tossed the child onto the ground. The child wanted to return to the lake water. She said coldly, "You are called Little Red, right? There are people outside who want to seize the water god seal. Lord North Moon has entrusted the water god seal to you for safekeeping. If you lose it, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to you." Li Qingshan delayed for a moment, and Little Red finally passed the heavenly tribulation and became a demon general. However, it was still exhausted after the tribulation, and Yi Liusu restrained it with a single move. She did not waste any words and directly brought it to the underwater palace at the center of the lake before explaining. Hearing this, Little Red immediately did not dare to walk towards the lakeside. Boom! A surging force violently collided with the array formation that enveloped the underwater palace. The outermost layer of the array formation was already on the verge of breaking. A giant came to the lakeside with a scholar standing on his shoulder. He saw Little Red at first glance, and pointed his feather fan at it. "Hand over the water god seal, and I will spare your lives." Chapter 673. The presences that the two of them gave off were so powerful that Yi Liusu and the others had never seen them before. Even Helicoverpa Rosa paled in comparison. Although they were separated by layers upon layers of formations, they still did not feel safe at all. It was as if they could kill them easily as crushing ants if they wanted to. Under such pressure, even golden core cultivators would shiver inside. Yi Liusu stabilized her mind. "Please give us some time to consider it. No, we can't hand the water god seal to someone else." Liel Red leapt a meter into the air and called out with her tender voice. "We're just considering it. What's wrong with that? An opponent like that is not someone we can contend against. Even if we lose the water god seal, Sir North Moon won't blame us. However, we probably have no right to make a decision over something as important as this. Let's go back and gather everyone to discuss it." Yi Liubu seemed tempted too. She exchanged glances with Yi Liusu. Handing over the water god seal was impossible. They had to buy some time first. "We don't have that much time for you to consider it. I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over the water god seal, prepare to die with the North Moon," Jiozhen said with a sunken voice. He had only killed a clone of the North Moon earlier. His main body would probably arrive very soon, which would make the matter troublesome. Without Sai Qing, it was impossible for the two of them to kill him if they worked together. If they had not made arrangements beforehand, probably even the three of them would struggle to keep him here. They were undefeatable. If he left with the water god seal, there really would be nothing they could do to him. He did not believe the North Moon would care about the fates of these night roamers. At most, he would find a way to avenge them afterwards. However, he did not believe the night roamers would have any loyalty to the North Moon either. Night roamers had always been known for their craftiness. As long as he could subdue them and obtain the water god seal, then everything would be fine. 10, 9, 8, sister, what do we do? Listening to Jiozhen's countdown, Yi Liubu felt anxious. These two people were not so easy to appease. She looked at Yi Liusu, only to find that she had a relieved expression. If they were not willing to delay, it meant that they still had scruples. If they were completely unscrupulous and allowed them to delay, it would mean that the situation had reached the worst possible state. Even if they delayed, it would be useless. This concern naturally lay with the North Moon. After estimating his flying speed in his mind, he made up his mind that the only thing he could do now was to stall for as much time as possible. Jiozhen counted down to 1. "All right, we can hand over the water god seal," Yi Liusu said. Jiozhen revealed an unsurprised expression. Yi Dan slapped the formation fiercely and roared madly, "Bitch, hurry up and give me the water god seal." Yi Liusu said, "But I want all of you to swear a deadly oath to the heavens that after you obtain the water god seal, you absolutely won't harm us. Otherwise, wouldn't we become fools if you guys fell out after taking the water god seal? You think a bitch like you has the right to make us swear a deadly oath?" Eden became even more enraged. The black wolf tattooed on his body gave off violent demon chi, yet it miraculously merged with his own aura. His figure expanded once again, and long black wolf fur grew on many parts of his body. His mouth protruded forward, and his back arched backwards. His eyes shone with jade-green flames, making him look both human and wolf. "All right." Jiozhen immediately agreed, swearing a deadly oath to the heavens. He sneered inwardly. "Do you think a mere oath can bind us?" For cultivators, some oaths indeed could not be made carelessly, but those oaths had to be made with sincerity and sincerity. Only then could they form self-restraint. Otherwise, the strong could easily suppress the weak and make them swear loyalty to them for life. Otherwise, they could do whatever they wanted. And even if it was a heartfelt oath, there would not be any punishment from the heavens if it was violated. It would just easily form an inner demon. Oaths with stronger restraints required certain techniques and arcane treasures. Jiozhen did not take an empty, vicious oath like this seriously at all. He had already made up his mind. The moment they handed over the water god seal, an opening would definitely appear in the layers of formations. By then, he could destroy them conveniently and turn all the night roamers and diamonds into slaves, selling them to the dragon province. Yi Liusu sank into her thoughts before letting out a sigh. "Forget it." "What did you say?" Jiozhen's face sank. Yi Liusu ordered Li El Red, "Hurry up and activate the water god seal. Stop them for a while. Sir North Moon will arrive to provide reinforcements very soon." "You bitch." Jiozhen's face changed drastically. He never thought they, who were as insignificant as ants, would be bold enough to trick him. "Jiozhen, I've already said it before. Your tricks can't be used everywhere. It's just a bunch of third-rate formations. No matter how many layers there are, they can't even withstand a single blow. Let's destroy the formations. We have to get these two bitches." Idan had run out of patience a long time ago. He was extremely disapproving of Jiozhen's thoughts of playing tricks and taking shortcuts everywhere. As he said that, he threw a punch at the formation. Suddenly, a surging wave slammed over from behind. His body that stood over 30 meters tall staggered, and his punch landed on the formation, but it failed to achieve its intended effect. The barrier of light was riddled with cracks, but it still held. It was Li El Red, who had just transformed successfully. She was currently powering the water god seal. Idan was not injured, but he was surprised inside. The water god seal is actually so powerful. It's already so powerful when powered by a measly demon general who has just undergone the heavenly tribulation. If the North Moon gets his hands on it, wouldn't he be even more difficult to deal with? "I have to destroy the formation as soon as possible." He raised his head and howled as he punched out with both fists. Like a thunderclap, the layer of spell formation was destroyed in an instant. Jiozhen waved his feather fan, and various techniques rained down like a storm. It seemed chaotic, but it was actually targeted at the special characteristics of each layer of the formation, using different techniques of the 5 elements. Li El Red did her best to control the water god seal to obstruct the two of them, but with the cultivation of a demon general, it was impossible for the rivers and lakes of the Rui Commandery to unleash the full power of the water god seal. Most of the formations that enveloped the dwelling originated from the protective formations of the various sects and clans they had plundered from the war in the past. Although they could already be regarded as the best in the Clear River Prefecture, those sects were only small sects and clans with foundation establishment cultivators. To peak golden core cultivators like Jiozhen and Idan, they could only be regarded as third-rate. As she watched the formations peel away layer by layer, Yi Liusu became stern too. Yi Liubo looked back and said anxiously, "Hasn't the altar been activated yet?" Suddenly, a shadow rose up from the center of the island. It seemed even deeper than the dark night that had been dyed by the storm. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo both eased up. They left Li El Red there to continue using the water god seal to obstruct them as they flew towards where the shadow had risen up from. A pitch-black altar had been erected in the embrace of the small mountain at a certain time. The altar was engraved with patterns in the style of night roamers, as well as countless stars and strange inscriptions. In the past, the North Moon had made Yi Liusu lead the night roamers back underground first. The reason why Yi Liusu was bold enough to return to the Moon Court dwelling was because of this altar apart from the defenses of the various formations. The surroundings of the altar were filled with night roamers. They all crossed their hands as if they were praying sincerely. Power gathered into the black altar and rose up. Yi Mingzhu stood on the altar with disheveled hair, chanting and dancing around madly. Her figure was like the drifting shadow above her head. It was as if her shadow had been blown into the sky by the fierce gale of power, but it also maintained a connection with her body, preventing it from being blown away. With the true spirit pills that the North Moon had bestowed upon them, a large number of night roamers who were stuck at bottlenecks had all undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Coupled with the powerful night roamers who had already undergone the first heavenly tribulation, there were over 100 night roamers in the surroundings who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. Further away were the regular night roamers who had not undergone the heavenly tribulation. There were several thousand of them gathered together to participate in this mysterious ceremony. They poured their power into the altar without holding back at all. Seeing this, Yi Liusu eased up slightly. This way, she could buy herself some more time, but she was also rather worried. How much longer could the formations last? But at this point, there was no point in thinking too much. She arrived before the altar with Yi Liubo and knelt down on one knee, clasping her hands together. The shadow above the altar gradually condensed. Yi Mingzhu suddenly let out an inhuman howl, and the shadow completely solidified. As if the thin shadow had swelled up with air, its figure was exactly the same as Yi Mingzhu's. Outside the dwelling, Jiozhen and Yi Dan worked together. Before long, they smashed through half of the formations. Formation discs shattered one after another, and the formation banners were reduced to dust. Li El Red had already collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out from afar. "My two friends, long time no see. What brings you to my humble abode all of a sudden today?" The same words seemed to make the world flow backwards. Jiozhen and Yi Dan looked back at the same time. North Moon flapped his wings of wind and fire, shooting through the sky like a scarlet bolt of lightning. Wind and rain gathered around him, and his demon chi truly surged. The two of them could not help but think, he's just a demon general, yet he possesses such great power and so many tricks. If he undergoes another heavenly tribulation and becomes a demon commander, all they can do is flee. They've completely fallen out with him this time. If none of the three of them can undergo the third heavenly tribulation, then there'll be no end to the future problems. However, the arrow was already narked. It had to be fired. As the voice rang out, North Moon was already right before them. He spoke the same words, but with a completely different tone and presence. There was no longer any falseness, only naked viciousness. Yi Dan suddenly looked back. "North Moon, you're finally here. Jiozhen, keep destroying the formations. I'll fight him." "North Moon, I'm Yi Dan, the first disciple of the Beast King in the manner of myriad beasts of the Dragon Province. Are you bold enough to fight me?" Li Qingshan said nothing more. He only reverted to his original form and threw a punch. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. He pushed forward layer by layer, and black cracks gathered on his fist. He had completely put on a glove. It was still the same move, Tremors of the Ox Demon, but compared to his clone's punch, who knew how many times more violent it was. Boom! With a great rumble, the wind and lightning changed color. Yi Dan took a few steps back. His eyes widened, and his right arm trembled slightly. Blood flowed down like a stream. Chapter 674. Above the torrential lake, bolts of lightning ripped through the night sky. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions. In that instant, countless waves were torn to pieces. A large region of water actually recovered its peace for a moment before immediately becoming even more turbulent. In the lake, two colossal figures faced off against each other. The crimson eyes that were like burning charcoal and the wolf eyes that shone with jade-green light shot out like lightning, clashing in the air. They were both violent and bloodthirsty. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, apart from the violent and bloodthirsty look, there was also a sense of steadiness akin to a mountain as he looked down on Yi Dan. A pair of curved horns stabbed into the sky, and a pair of hooves dug into the ground. The deep lake water only reached his waist, and the huge fist constantly slammed against his pitch-black, reef-like chest. Yi Dan stood closer to the island, so the terrain was much higher. However, he was still more than a head lower than Li Qingshan. He could not help but raise his head and look at this wretched demon who was much weaker than him in both cultivation and time of cultivation. Blood flowed down his right arm, dyeing the water red in the blink of an eye. Apart from his startlingly great strength, the terrifying tremors contained in the punch were the true culprit behind the damage. A shrill wolf's howl suddenly ripped through the night sky, coming from Dan and the black wolf's tattooed mouth at the same time. His muscles bulged, and his bones extended, swelling up once again. Black wolf fur erupted from his body like spears, covering his entire body. He turned into a black wolf that stood on its hind legs. A long wolf tail even grew on its back, swinging wildly. Li Qingshan also felt threatened. This person's personality was extremely detestable, but he was still an opponent worth fighting. His body and strength were definitely not something a regular golden core cultivator could possess. However, he found it strange. He's also half human, half demon. I wonder what the origins of the Manor of Myriad Beasts are. The Manor of Myriad Beasts was one of the major sects of the Dragon Province. It was on par with the three major sects of the Green Province, and it even surpassed them in certain aspects. It was specifically responsible for managing the Garden of Rare Beasts for the imperial family of Great Shia. Dan's master, the Beast King, was the lord of the Manor of Myriad Beasts, a great cultivator renowned throughout the Dragon Province. In the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts where the strong were respected, Dan's strength naturally far surpassed that of his peers since he could become the Beast King's first disciple. The disciples of the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts had to attract beast souls into their bodies since they were young, and they would form tattoos on their bodies. When they fought, they did not need to rely on any external objects. They only needed to release the beast souls, and they would be able to possess terrifying combat power that far surpassed cultivators at the same level as them. However, the deeper the release of the beast soul, the easier it was to be infected by the bestial nature. As a result, the temperament of its disciples was more barbaric and violent. They weren't bound by morals and etiquette, and they did whatever they wanted. They were close to the path of demons. Moreover, if he was not careful, even his soul would be devoured by the beast soul and become a sacrifice for the beast soul. Most of the disciples in the mountain villa of beasts had died to the beast soul. Therefore, Dan would not release the beast soul's power to such an extent unless it was a critical moment. Roar! Dan's back arched high. His feet kicked backwards, and in that instant, he lunged at Li Qingshan at an astonishing speed. How could Li Qingshan not be afraid of facing him head-on? He straightened his back and punched out. At this moment, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart, and a white light flashed before his eyes. Come, lightning! Jiozhen pointed his feather fan at the sky, and a lightning snake as thick as a water tank descended from the sky. Brilliant lightning filled the world. Li Qingshan's entire body shuddered. Although he did not suffer much damage due to his powerful physique, there was only a thin line in a battle between expert. Bang! Dan suddenly pushed Li Qingshan into the lake, and he bit at him fiercely, stirring up layers of huge waves. After cultivating the fifth layer of the ox demon, Li Qingshan's ox hide had become extremely tough. Dan had bitten his throat until it was drenched in blood, but he was unable to tear it apart completely. Moreover, even if he was really torn apart, as long as his tiger bones were fine, he would not die. All right. Li Qingshan was not alarmed. Instead, he was overjoyed. He spread his arms wide and restrained Dan tightly. With the divine earth power as his foundation, he did not fear anyone in a head-on battle like this. Dan felt a wave of pain at his waist, and even his bones let out a faint groan as if they were about to be snapped alive. He exerted all his strength and finally managed to tear North Moon's throat open, but what flowed out was not blood, but balls of flames. The other party seemed to be completely fine. If he did not get out of this situation as soon as possible, he would definitely be the first to die. However, the reason he had chosen to engage in close combat was definitely not because he had lost his rationality after releasing his beast soul. He roared in a low voice, "Jiozhen, don't bother with those formations. Let's kill this monster first." A tremor suddenly came from beneath the mud at the bottom of the lake. One rock giant after another stood up from the mud at the bottom of the lake. Every single one of them was around 7 to 8 jong tall. Although compared to Li Qingshan's figure that was over 60 jong tall, they were like children. However, every single one of them possessed great strength, and they all grabbed onto Li Qingshan's arms and legs, pulling him back forcefully. After completely releasing his beast soul, Yi Dan's strength had already been astonishingly great in the first place. It was only because he had encountered a monster like Li Qingshan that he had been suppressed. Now that he had the help of these rock giants, he immediately turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. Li Qingshan's entire body shuddered, and the power of tremors was released. The rock giants were all scattered, but in the blink of an eye, even more rock giants appeared. It was as if there was no end to them. However, the demon chi on his body was not endless. If this continued, he would definitely be the one who would not be able to hold on first. Naturally, this was still Jiozhen's doing. He stared at the battle in the lake, and his eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen Yi Dan fall into a disadvantageous position in close combat, and had no choice but to rely on external help. This demon had to be eliminated. He waved his feather fan repeatedly, casting various techniques. With each wave, Yi Dan's strength would increase, becoming stronger and more powerful. His body was enveloped in a defensive spiritual light, and even the injuries he had sustained were rapidly recovering. From the beginning to the end, he had not used any spiritual tools or arcane tools. He only waved the feather fan in his hand back and forth. However, the various techniques of the 5 elements that he had cast were as simple as eating and drinking. Furthermore, they were all shockingly powerful. Even Li Qingshan could not underestimate them. The fact that Li Qingshan was equipped with 5 arcane tools at the foundation building realm was already shocking to many. Meanwhile, Jiozhen, who was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, was equipped with twice as many arcane tools as Yi Dan. There were rings on both of his hands, a necklace around his neck, a sachet hanging from his waist, the magical robes he wore, and so on. There were a total of 10 arcane tools, and not a single one of them was below the medium grade. The feather fan in his hand was even a supreme grade arcane tool that was worth cities. However, none of these arcane tools were like flying swords that could be used to directly attack an enemy. All of them were used to increase the power of the techniques he cast, as well as the speed at which he recovered his arcane power. In contrast to Yi Dan, who did not rely on external objects, Jiozhen utilized the strengths of human cultivators to the extreme. Li Qingshan frowned. It was not in his nature to resign himself to death. He circulated his power and struggled, and Yi Dan was instantly unable to suppress him. He roared at Jiozhen, "Don't waste your talismans. I'll naturally use them when I need to." As Jiozhen spoke, he tossed out a purple talisman and stuck it on Yi Dan's back. Yi Dan's entire body shone with golden light, forming a layer of Vajra avatar around him. It was the Vajra strength talisman that Li Qingshan had not used for a long time. However, this purple talisman was countless times more powerful than the yellow talisman he had first seen. Chapter 675. Jiozhen had experienced countless battles in his life, so how could he be successfully ambushed when he was completely defenseless? In that instant, at least 5 layers of defensive spiritual light flashed on his body. There were protective artifacts on his body, as well as defensive techniques. Even Li Qingshan might not be able to break through them with a single punch. However, the dagger that was made of shadows actually pierced through the layers of defensive spiritual light without a sound, causing Jiozhen's heart to tremble. He wanted to dodge, but he was one step too late. He felt a pain on his back as the dark blade pierced through his heart. With a bang, Jiozhen, who was stabbed, transformed into a ball of ripples and dispersed, whereas his original body had teleported 30 meters away. He looked at the ball of shadows in shock, and his heart was filled with both shock and rage. He had actually almost failed miserably and died under this kind of inexplicable assassination. The path of an assassin was to attack when the enemy was unprepared, and defeat the strong with the weak. On the black altar, Yi Mingzhu, who had been dancing crazily, was now motionless, as if she had lost her will. At this moment, all of her thoughts had been sucked out and poured into the shadow. There was endless joy in her heart, as if she wanted to melt into this sweet night. If she had this kind of power, There was nowhere in the world she couldn't go. However, she also understood that this kind of power didn't belong to her, and she couldn't maintain it for too long. However, with this kind of experience, her chances of breaking through the second heavenly tribulation had greatly increased. She had heard that there was a pill called the Origin Spirit Pill in this world. If she could obtain one, there was a very high chance that she could break through the second heavenly tribulation and reach a brand new realm. Thunder, come. Jiozhen pointed his feather fan at the sky angrily, and lightning descended from the sky with a roar. Yi Mingzhu withdrew her thoughts, and the shadow once again melted into the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to move. Jiozhen looked around vigilantly. He could no longer cast techniques without restraint like just now, and Li Qingshan immediately felt much more relaxed. If this thing that was neither man nor wolf could stay further away from him, then it would be even better. Bang, 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 bang. In the middle of the lake, the werewolf Yi Dan, whose entire body was enveloped in the Vajra transformation, swung his fists and attacked Li Qingshan in a frenzy. Every punch had the power to split mountains. Even though Li Qingshan's physique was strong and tough, his internal organs were still shattered by the blows. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and spat, but what he spat out was not blood, but a ball of fire. Accompany me to look at the stars. Laughing loudly, he grabbed Yi Dan's shoulder. The magnificent wings on his back suddenly spread open, and he charged into the sky with Yi Dan. The light of the stars and the moon shone on the sea of clouds. There was no rainstorm here, only flashes of lightning. Thunder boomed from the clouds. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and two huge figures broke through the sea of clouds, breaking the silence. Finally, there's no one to disturb us. Let's have a good talk. Li Qingshan's fist landed on Yi Dan's face. Cracks appeared on the Vajra avatar, and Yi Dan was sent flying backward. At the same time, he stomped hard on Li Qingshan's chest, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The moment the two of them separated, Yi Dan immediately opened his mouth and let out a wolf howl. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He let out a tiger's roar. The two sounds basically rang out at the same time, crisscrossing and colliding in the air. Boom! A great hole appeared in the thick clouds. They could see Mooncourt Lake that had shrunk to a very small size. The light of the stars and the moon shone on the great lake that was pouring with rainstorm through the opening of the hole. Yi Liubo raised her head and looked over. Her face was filled with joy. I just knew that master wouldn't die. He wouldn't lose. Yi Liusu nodded. Focus a little. We'll lend him a hand with the night roaming god. All right. As a result, the two of them focused on praying and channeled their power into the black altar. The night roaming god was originally the god that the night roamers worshipped. After being banished underground and coming under Helicoverpa Rosa's rule, they were no longer allowed to worship the night roaming god. Only when Yi Liusu reunited the night roamers did she re-establish this belief in the ancient records and build this altar. The altar gathered the power of the entire race into a single person, unleashing startling power. It was like a god had been possessed, and the night roaming god had descended. Under Yi Mingzhu's control, the shadow moved through the darkness, circling around Jiozhen. It would approach him from time to time and distance away from time to time. Jiozhen looked around cautiously and frowned. The sneak attack earlier had destroyed a life-saving arcane artifact on him, and the remaining arcane artifacts were unable to give him any sense of security. As one of the 7 great other folk races, the night roamers really do have some tricks up their sleeves. If I were a regular golden core cultivator, I would have died in that attack earlier. However, since that sneak attack failed to kill me, don't even think about touching a single hair on me. All of a sudden, Jiozhen raised his right hand and injected his power into a gemstone ring worn on his ring finger. Suddenly, the transparent gemstone burst out with thousands of beams of light, illuminating the area within a radius of 10 miles, shining brightly with the light of the stars and the moon that were falling down from the sky. Within the resplendent light, a black shadow flickered. It constantly twisted under the illumination of the light, as if it had sunk into quicksand. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements reinforce and counter each other. There are no techniques in the world that can't be dealt with, said Jiozhen. The pure white light condensed into a spear in his right hand, which he hurled at the shadow. The shadow swung its dagger and cut the spear in half, shattering it in the air. However, its gloominess thinned slightly as well. At the end of the day, the night roamers still pursued the path of assassination. They would flee far away if they missed with a single strike. It was impossible for Jiozhen to maintain such a radiant posture forever. There would always be a time when he relaxed, and that would be an opportunity for the assassin. However, an open confrontation like this was not his forte. At this moment, Dan burst through the clouds and descended from the sky. Many parts of the golden avatar around him twisted and deformed, riddled with cracks. It was on the verge of shattering. A scarlet streak of light flew past him, constantly colliding with his body and producing a great boom like a great bell. With each collision, the golden avatar would collapse a little, and the cracks would become even more concentrated. It was Li Qingshan. He had recovered his scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed appearance. He pushed his speed to the limit. Although Dan could also fly, he clearly was not as nimble as Li Qingshan with his wings. After a battle in the air, he basically could not fight back at all, so he charged down without any regard. Dan's eyes flashed. He saw the black altar and understood the origins of the shadow, so he aimed at the moon court dwelling. Boom! Dan slammed into the moon court dwelling head-on. The sound drowned out all the thunder. His golden avatar completely shattered, smashing through several layers of formations in a single stroke. The remaining formations tottered, on the verge of shattering at any time. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he took advantage of the opportunity to leap up. He charged towards the moon court dwelling. In his one-on-one battle against Dan, he seemed to have gained the upper hand, but the situation was actually quite dire. Whether it be the wings of wind and fire or the power of tremors, they were all startling in power, but they all consumed tremendous amounts of demon chi. This was exactly the reason why he did not dare to use the spirit turtle's profound shell to defend the entire time. Once he ran out of demon chi, basically all of his innate abilities would be rendered useless. Even if his power was limitless, he would only be a living target. There was even the danger of dying here. The realm of Demon General was his bottleneck after all. He had always been waiting for an opportunity to retrieve the water god seal, which would allow him to advance or retreat. Jiozhen and Dan could do nothing to him now. Stop him. Don't let him retrieve the water god seal. Jiozhen casually forced back the shadow that had already become extremely thin. He swung his feather fan at Li Qingshan, and pure white ribbons of light wrapped around his limbs. Dan turned around and lunged over, his huge claws whistling over. Li Qingshan suddenly took out an item and aimed it at the lunging Dan. He snickered. The Azura field. Jiozhen and Dan blurted out at the same time. A blood-red swirl spun out from the Azura field. Dan was unable to react in time, charging headfirst into the swirl and vanishing. Li Qingshan broke the ribbons of light. He passed through the only remaining spell formation and entered the moon court underwater residence. He landed heavily on the sandy ground and picked up Little Red in one go. He patted its belly and spat out the water god seal. Then he glanced at the space between its legs. Fuck, it's even a male. So much for giving you such a feminine name, Xiao Hong. You can go be gay with Xiao Lan in the future. He angrily tossed him onto the sand. North Moon, it really is you. Jiozhen's face sank. North Moon had retrieved the water god seal. They had basically already lost half of this battle. So what if it's me? Li Qingshan turned around and said with a smile. He swallowed the water god seal, and instantly felt endless water spiritual power pour into his body, flowing through it. His demon chi recovered quickly, and he felt refreshed. Jiozhen threatened, the Azura field belongs to the imperial family. Do you know what will happen to you for taking it? You've even offended Mo Yu. Even the Dragon King of the Sea won't protect you. You're even more stupid than I imagined. The water god seal belongs to your father. Do you know what will happen to you for taking it? You've even offended your grandfather. Even your grandmother won't protect you. You ask who your grandfather is? Of course it's still me. You're even more stupid than I imagined. Li Qingshan was completely dismissive of Jiozhen's threat. Jiozhen's expression changed. Monster, You don't know what's good for you. Li Qingshan shouted, cut the crap. Do you dare to fight me in the Azura field? Watch me fight 1 against 2 and blow up your dog heads. Otherwise, I'll blow up your dog heads here first. Jiozhen mocked, do you think I'm as stupid as you? You want to trap Dan with the Azura field you've just refined? Of course, you can run, but I'll slaughter all the night roamers on this island and your demon subordinate. Are there any of them that you're particularly familiar with? I'll give them a special treat. Then it looks like all I can do is stuff you in. Murderousness and malice surged out like a tsunami, erupting from Li Qingshan's body, ready to be unleashed. I'm just afraid you don't have the strength to spare. Jiozhen's figure suddenly multiplied into 2, then into 4, before turning into almost 100 in the end. They spread out and spoke at the same time. How crafty. Li Qingshan cursed inside. If he used the spirit turtle to divine, finding Jiozhen's true body would not have been difficult. However, his right hand was behind his back, holding onto the Azura field. Jiozhen was right. If he could trap Dan and finish off Jiozhen in a one-on-one battle, he would have taken action a long time ago. There would have been no need for the series of battles earlier at all. At this moment, the surface of the Azura field constantly rose and fell. Dan rampaged around inside, about to break out at any time. Instead, it took up a tremendous amount of his energy and demon chi to control the Azura field and suppress Dan. The Azura field had just been refined, so it was like a newborn. Although it had the potential to become an arcane treasure, it did not possess much battle prowess right now. After all, the dragon arena that it had originally been made of was not used for battle in the first place. The two of them faced each other across the only remaining formation. Jiozhen wanted to wait for Dan to emerge, while Li Qingshan was thinking of a plan. For a moment, they entered a stalemate. North Moon, looks like you're in trouble. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked back and saw Helicoverpa Rosa standing on a rock nearby in black, tight clothes. Her blood-red lips curled slightly, completely like she was watching a show. Clearly, she had no plans on assisting him. Since you've come, cut the bullshit and come help me. I can escape if I want to. By then, do you think they'll spare you? They'll probably fuck you 100 times. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. As he spoke, he made his way behind Helicoverpa Rosa. As long as Helicoverpa Rosa could keep Dan busy in the Azura field for a while, he could finish off Jiozhen first. He did not doubt Helicoverpa Rosa's abilities. She was a carapaced demon commander after all, and she even possessed a powerful defensive innate ability. Dan was vicious, but he did not have something like the tremors of the ox demon at the end of the day. Killing Helicoverpa Rosa would not be that easy. I didn't think there would be a time when you'd beg me. Why should I help you? What benefits do I get from helping you? Let me tell you, I want to see you die. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled extremely bewitchingly, looking down at Li Qingshan from above. She recovered some of her pride as a queen. Li Qingshan stared into her eyes and licked his lips. Millimeter, if I win, I'll fuck you 101 times to repay your kindness. Helicoverpa Rosa exclaimed in shock and fury, what? Get in. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew up. The Azura field in his hand came crashing down on Helicoverpa Rosa's head. Helicoverpa Rosa had not expected Li Qingshan to attack her when a great enemy was right before her. She did not know what the Azura field was either. Before she could react, she immediately disappeared into the blood-red vortex. The ripples in the Azura field immediately calmed down. Clearly, Dan had received this gift. As for whether they would fight, Li Qingshan was not worried in the slightest. A berserk wolf and a venomous spider were locked in the same cage. There would definitely not be a second outcome. As a result, he casually stowed the Azura field away and turned around. He said to Jiozhen, I want to make a bet with you. What bet? Almost 100 Jiozhens spoke together, their voices overlapping and echoing. Bet that one of us is an idiot. Li Qingshan looked at the Jiozhen. Who are you betting on? You, of course. Dead people don't know how to use their brains. Li Qingshan leapt into the air, directly lunging towards where Jiozhen's true body was. He had only said that so he could use the spirit turtle to confirm where Jiozhen's true body was. In the surging lake, huge waves surged like tsunamis, sweeping towards Jiozhen. As the true master of the water god seal, only Li Qingshan could unleash the true power of qi. Oh no! Jiozhen used an escape technique without any hesitation, turning into a streak of light and flying off into the distance. All he had to do was endure for a while and wait for Yi Dan to kill the demon commander and charge out of the Azura field. If the two of them worked together, they would still be undefeatable. But with a thought, he saw the North Moon arrive right before him. He actually flew no slower than the streak of light. Chapter 676. By the time Helicoverpa Rosa returned to her senses, she had already arrived in a strange space. Glacier, forests, deserts, and various other terrains were clearly separated from each other, scattered across this vast space. Every single piece was exactly the same size, and a blood-red vortex constantly spun in the sky. On a pure white glacier in the distance, a black lichen over 30 meters tall was howling at the sky. It suddenly turned its head and looked at Helicoverpa Rosa with its dark green eyes. In the next moment, the glacier exploded, sending ice and snow flying. The lichen had already vanished. Helicoverpa Rosa's pupils suddenly contracted. She raised her head, only to see a colossal shadow covering the sky, lunging towards her. A huge wolf claw whistled through the air. Boom! The sand dune behind Helicoverpa Rosa was completely flattened, turning into a sandstorm that swept through the air. Helicoverpa Rosa flew backwards with the yellow sand, dodging in the nick of time. She was greatly shocked. The lichen had lunged at her from such a great distance. If it were not for the innate ability of her eyes, she would not have been able to react in time. The lichen's speed and strength were already equivalent to a peak demon commander. It was definitely not something she could defeat. She clenched her teeth in hatred towards the North Moon. As she thought this, a fishy wind assaulted her. A huge wolf head opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and bit down at her. Helicoverpa Rosa spat out a mouthful of blood, and a spider web spread out to cover the wolf's head. However, Yi Dan swung his claws and sent Helicoverpa Rosa flying backwards. She crashed into a rainforest and only came to a stop after smashing through several dozen large trees. Helicoverpa Rosa maintained a defensive posture. The tight-fitting clothes on her arms were torn, revealing her silver skin. Her silver face was slightly twisted, and her eyes flashed with a furious and malicious light. No matter who wanted to kill her, they would have to pay the price. Yi Dan tore off the spider web covering his head, tearing off some of the black wolf's fur. The claws that had struck Helicoverpa Rosa were also covered in a layer of black poison that rapidly spread. He opened his mouth and bit down, tearing off the poison-infected flesh. The pain made him even more furious. He was certain that Helicoverpa Rosa was North Moon's helper, someone who had come to stop him from leaving the Azura field. He would definitely kill her as soon as possible. After releasing the beast soul, his mind had already been greatly affected, but his instincts for battle had only become sharper. Helicoverpa Rosa leapt to her feet and looked back at the great banyan tree in the distance. She immediately ran towards the great banyan tree without any hesitation. He had to make use of the terrain to contain its massive body. If he were to fight it on flat ground, once he was caught and bitten, he would no longer be able to resist. The only thing he could do was release all of his poison and perish together with it. She arrived before the great banyan tree, and demon qi gathered in her eyes, forming mysterious and beautiful patterns. Her eyes lit up, and she saw the holes hidden behind the tree through the thick bark. She leapt and shot towards one of the holes. She came to the front of the big banyan tree. Demonic aura gathered in her eyes, forming mysterious and beautiful patterns. Her eyes lit up. Through the thick bark, she saw the tree holes hidden behind it. She leaped up and dashed toward one of the tree holes. Yi Dan had also caught up to the tree. He extended his wolf claws to grab her in midair, as if he was catching a fly. Spider Queen Lolth spat out a strand of silk, sticking it to the tree and pulling hard. She suddenly accelerated, escaping from between Yi Dan's fingers by a hair's breadth. At the same time, she swung the poisonous whip in her hand and tore through the bark, slamming into the tree trunk. Before she could catch her breath, there was a loud boom behind her. Countless splinters shot out, and a wolf's claws stabbed into the tree trunk, grabbing Helicoverpa rosa. Helicoverpa rosa was greatly alarmed. She released threads of spider silk and connected herself to the great banyan tree. Edan's strength was great, but the thousands of threads were extremely tough as well. She could not pull them out immediately. Edan let out a strange howl, and Helicoverpa rosa felt a tremendous force press down on her as if it wanted to crush her to death. She bit down viciously on Edan's hand and poured in the venom without holding back at all. The great banyan tree shook violently. Sunflowers fell down one by one. Sensing that the home they relied on for survival was being heavily injured, the sun vines all awakened and began to dance around again, wrapping around Edan. Edan shivered inside. He did not dare to allow the sun vines to wrap around him. With a violent roar, he pulled hard and tore through all of the threads, dragging Helicoverpa rosa out of the tree. He leapt off the tree trunk and felt his ankle tighten. A sun vine had wrapped around him, and the sun vines that resembled dragons and snakes all surged over. He suddenly paused, but his reaction was extremely fast. With a swing of his wolf claws, he cut through the sun vines and threw himself into the jungle. With a great boom, who knew how many trees he had crushed, but he had finally escaped the range of the sun vines. Suddenly, she felt her right hand go numb. She could not use any strength at all. The venom had already invaded deeply. Helicoverpa rosa used this opportunity to break free, fleeing towards the great banyan tree covered in vines. Boom! Edan held his poisoned right hand and stomped on her. Above the lake, the storm became even more intense. It was no longer rain. Instead, it seemed like the heavenly river was pouring down all the way to the end of the world. Even the roaring thunder had subsided, as if it had been extinguished by the rain. Under the power of the water god Seal, surging water spiritual energy gathered over from every river and lake in the Rui commandery that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, triggering the phenomena of the world. Within the pitch-black darkness, only two specks of light flickered. Jiozhan's body was enveloped in layers of protective spiritual light that originated from the yin and yang 5 elements. There were all kinds of powerful defensive spells, but they didn't clash with each other. The various colored spiritual lights fused with each other, forming a wonderful harmony, as if he was an impregnable fortress. Regular cultivators would mostly choose one of the yin, yang, and the 5 elements to cultivate. Only ancient cultivators would cultivate all 7, and the difficulty was not just 7 times greater. If they were not exceptionally talented, they would not even be able to begin with it, let alone cultivate to late golden core. Jiozhan was a prodigy like that, which was why Sai Qingyi treated him as an arm and referred to him as Mr. Not only did his powers surpass regular golden core cultivators, but the yin, yang, and the 5 elements formed a cycle in his body, allowing him to cast techniques with startling speed and power. He basically knew all techniques, and he could even use the profound and profound escape techniques with ease. As for his set of arcane artifacts, they were just icing on the cake, like adding wings to a tiger. He was also skilled in divination. Combined with his schemes, he could basically take every conceivable possibility into account, anticipating his opponent's movements at every turn. However, North Moon's fate had always been hidden. Even he was unable to peer into it. Having arrived in a small place like the Rui commandery, he had been reduced to such a sorry state. Even he had never expected his hatred towards North Moon to be as deep as the mountains and seas. He asked sunkenly, "Wretched demon, do you think you can defeat me just because you've trapped Edan? I'm not trying to defeat you. I'm trying to kill you." Li Qingshan grinned. The magnificent phoenix wings on his back burned brightly as he unleashed the innate ability of the wings of wind at the same time. The wind fueled the flames, extending his wings to 30 meters across. With each flap, he would cover a startling distance. In this straight-line pursuit, his speed was no less than escape techniques. The two specks of light collided, erupting with extremely dazzling light in that moment. As it ripped through the darkness, it also swallowed their figures. Chapter 677. Bang! 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 In that moment, Even Li Qingshan had no idea how many punches he had thrown. His heroic spirit was unleashed to its heart's content. Under the unbridled barrage, the fortress constructed from 7 layers of light tottered. The shockwaves and light collided and flickered, illuminating his handsome, wild face. Moon Court Lake sprung to life, like a colossal beast crouching on the ground, constantly roaring and roaring at the sky. It was also like a murderous army, constantly attacking cities and seizing territory with its only commander. Li Qingshan felt endless delight, completely submerged in the excitement of battle. At the same time, he constantly rose up, overlooking all the bodies of water in the entire Rui Commandery. After refining all the bodies of water in the Rui Commandery, this was the first time he had used the water god seal in battle. His will merged with the boundless waters. He was the rivers and lakes, surging violently. Perhaps it was the enlightenment from the fruit of wisdom, or perhaps it was because he had comprehended the meaning of the boundless ocean, but he gained a clearer understanding of the arts of the boundless ocean. He felt like he was already standing at the doorstep of the Golden Core realm. The ocean pearl was waving at him. If he took another step forward, it would be a whole new world. He could ingest an origin spirit pill and attempt the second heavenly tribulation once he returned, but he still had to win this battle first. Jiozhen's face became paler and paler as if he was about to be swallowed by the water. He was surrounded by surging water in all directions, front, back, left, and right. It was basically impossible to tell whether he was above a lake or in the abyss of the ocean. However, he was not willing to be a sitting duck. He would definitely retaliate with every attack from North Moon. Resplendent lightning and dazzling golden light constantly flickered and howled. There was no need for him to think or make a judgment. All he needed to do was unleash his powers to unleash the most powerful technique, bombarding North Moon all at once. Ripping his skin and stripping away his flesh, North Moon's vital points were all heavily injured. His entire right arm was basically reduced to bone. He seemed wretched. However, it only made his attacks become even more frenzied. And, as long as he was not attacked consecutively, his horrific wounds would recover at an extremely rapid rate. With a wave of flames, everything would return to normal. This is the fire of the phoenix. He has the bloodline of the phoenix. Jiozhen had experienced countless battles in his life, but this was the first time he felt that victory was hopeless. He couldn't help but think, could it be that this monster is immortal? Naturally, Li Qingshan was not invincible. As long as his tiger bones were crushed and his demon core was destroyed, he would also die. However, this was not something a golden core cultivator could do, no matter how talented or powerful this golden core cultivator was. With the water god seal as a foundation, he was not afraid of the depletion of his demon chi. He could maintain the spirit turtle's profound shell the entire time, so he should not have been so heavily injured. However, in the intense battle, some conflict arose between the spirit turtle and the phoenix again. As a result, he purposefully did not use the spirit turtle's innate ability. Instead, he allowed the phoenix to constantly heal his wounds so that he could avoid excessive internal strife. Another monstrous wave came crashing down, and a shadow even darker than the darkness suddenly appeared behind Jiozhen. It was the shadow that had almost taken Jiozhen's life, the night patrol god who had descended after receiving the sacrifice. After the prayers of countless night roamers, it had recovered its strength, even becoming even more secretive and gloomy. The weapon in its hand had changed from a dagger to a long, narrow rapier, stabbing out like flowing water. It silently pierced through the layers of defensive light and approached the back of his head. Ever since the sneak attack last time, Jiozhen had remained vigilant. The feather fan in his hand flickered with white light as he turned around and swung it at the shadow behind him. Piss off. Bang. Light and shadow collided, producing a sound that seemed tangible. The shadow twisted and retreated, becoming slightly thinner, but it was still not destroyed. Instead, it immediately merged with the darkness, silently waiting for the next opportunity. Boom. Taking advantage of Jiozhen's distraction, Li Qingshan pushed the power of tremors to the limit and smashed through the outer, earthen-yellow defensive light with a punch. The remaining 6 layers immediately lost their perfect, harmonious structure. It seemed like there were still 6 layers, but their defenses had been reduced by more than half. Jiozhen's face changed drastically. He could no longer hold on any longer, immediately turning into a streak of light and fleeing towards the horizon. As for Yi Dan's life, it really was just like the old saying, "It's better for you to die than for me." Li Qingshan flapped his wings and pursued with all his might, tailing closely behind the streak of light. He chased for several hundred kilometers before folding back his wings and hovering in the air. As he watched the streak of light vanish into the horizon, he shook his head gently. If Little An were here, would he even be able to let this bastard escape with a sweep of the Bloodsea banner? Nothing good would come of continuing the pursuit like this. He would instead fall into the enemy's trap if he was careless. At their level of cultivation, killing opponents of the same level was indeed not an easy task. Only this demonstrated the importance of arcane treasures that could form spaces of their own like the Bloodsea banner and the Azura field. Furthermore, if he still did not enter the Azura field to provide aid, Helicoverpa Rosa would be killed in the future. He was already very surprised that she had been able to hold on for so long. A bird in the hand was better than 100 in the forest. If he allowed Yi Dan to escape again and Jiozhen returned to attack him again, he would really be a fool. Thus, Li Qingshan immediately retracted all of his aura and charged into a large river on the surface. He then entered an underground river and flew randomly along the river. Before the ripples on the surface of the river had even settled, a streak of light shot over. Jiozhen had killed his way back. He searched with his soul sense first and then divined, but how could he still find Li Qingshan's traces? He frowned heavily. Yi Dan was probably done for this time. He was tempted to kill his way back to Mooncourt Lake and kill off all the night roamers, but he was afraid of clashing with the North Moon again. The slightest carelessness could even put his life in danger. The night roamers were not worth the risk, and the strange shadow left him rather fearful too. In the Azura field, the blood-red swirl began to revolve once again before anyone knew it. Helicoverpa Rosa's body had been severed at the waist. Her perky bottom and round, slender, or in other words, her vicious, terrifying spider belly and hairy spider legs had vanished somewhere a long time ago. Only the upper half of her body lay on the grassy plains. Her demon chi had been completely depleted, with only a single breath remaining. Yi Dan's foot had failed to stomp on her, allowing her to escape underground. She charged left and right again, using the terrain of the great banyan tree to maintain a stalemate. However, under Yi Dan's overwhelming strength, she caught up very soon. They had not even clashed intensely, and she had ended up like this. Of course, Yi Dan had paid a certain price for this. He had been forced to sever his right hand that had been soaked in poison. Although he could immediately regrow it with his extremely powerful body, it still took up quite a lot of strength. He panted gently as a sliver of madness gradually appeared in his dark green eyes. Die. Yi Dan growled and swung his claws at Helicoverpa Rosa's back. North Moon, you'll die a horrible death. Helicoverpa Rosa cursed powerlessly. Just when she was about to blow up her demon core, a black storm descended from above. Yi Dan's claws hovered in mid-air. A familiar figure appeared in front of Helicoverpa Rosa. He supported the massive claws with a single hand and turned around with a smile. Are you all right? He could not bear to see her in such a miserable state, but this was the consequence of wanting to watch the show. Li Qingshan had originally thought that Helicoverpa Rosa would break out in a torrent of abuse or curse viciously, but he heard her say rather weakly, "Save me." He could not help but look surprised. Then, he smiled and said, "Of course. You can also be considered my woman." A demonis. With a thought, he sent Helicoverpa Rosa and her severed lower half out of the Azura field. North Moon. Yi Dan roared. A foul wind blew in his face as his claws whistled through the air. Li Qingshan's body swelled up and grew to over 60 feet tall. He took the claw head-on without moving at all. A few horrific claw marks appeared on his chest, but he was unconcerned. He lowered his head to look at Yi Dan and said in a voice that sounded like the ringing of metal, "Yi Dan, your time of death has come." Yi Dan recovered a sliver of clarity from his frenzy. He suddenly felt slightly uneasy as he smelled the scent of death. He leaped back agilely and stared at Li Qingshan. From his eyes, He could already tell that only one person could survive this battle. There was definitely no second possibility. "You forced my hand. Don't you regret this?" Li Qingshan took a step forward. His iron hooves stomped down, and the ground shook. "Come." Yi Dan let out a roar of despair. After reaching his peak, he tossed aside all fear and despair. As if he had broken the final chains, he completely released his beast soul and allowed it to devour his soul. He could no longer recover his human form and will. His back arched high, and his arms stretched out so far that they almost touched the ground. At this moment, Yi Dan was more like a wolf than a human. After this absolute sacrifice was absolute power. His aura skyrocketed madly, and he was already close to the power of a king. Li Qingshan grinned widely and revealed an excited smile. He roared, "Come." His killing intent boiled and his fighting spirit soared. In the sky, the blood-colored vortex spun faster. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf rang out at the same time. Li Qingshan and Yi Dan lunged forward at the same time. They collided loudly in the air and fell to the ground. In that instant, fists and claws came and went, and blood splattered everywhere. Their figures were like humans yet not, like beasts yet not. They were like sorcerer gods from the primordial era, fighting each other on the wastelands. Roars rang out, and the ground cracked and collapsed like war drums being struck. The blood-colored vortex was like a single eye, watching this scene with satisfaction. This newly born Azura field was being refined and improved bit by bit as they fought. More and more Asuras descended from the sky. At first, there were ordinary Asuras, but later on, there was actually an Azura general descending. They watched the battle between the two from afar, their expressions as if they were intoxicated. Perhaps their battle techniques could not compare to a true Azura commander, but this almost primordial battle was a completely different stance. Yi Dan's attacks were like the wind. In the beginning, Li Qingshan was injured repeatedly, but he did not retreat a single step. He was injured but not killed. The water god seal supported his demon chi, and the earth divine power supported his power. He stared at the storm-like attacks and advanced with a wild laugh. After Yi Dan's power reached its peak, it began to decline involuntarily. No matter how great the power of a beast soul was, it was not endless. In the end, Li Qingshan pierced a pair of bull horns through Yi Dan's chest, lifted him up, and flung him to the ground. His iron hooves stomped heavily on his chest, shattering his bones and causing his chest to cave in. Just as he was about to die, Yi Dan recovered a sliver of consciousness. There was no fear, and he did not beg for mercy. He only said 2 words, "You win." Chapter 678. On a black mountain riddled with jagged rocks that towered into the heavens. Baojian treasured mirror, the words manna of 10,000 beasts filled a precipice that was several hundred meters tall. Various totems of wild beasts were vaguely carved on the precipice. There were common birds and beasts, as well as spiritual birds and exotic beasts that only existed in legends. Roar. A roar filled with wildness and fury shook up the mountains. All the birds and beasts trembled. A disheveled old man as dignified as a lion appeared on the edge of the precipice, gazing in the direction of the Green Province. Who killed Yi Dan? The moment Li Qingshan killed Yi Dan, he suddenly felt a deep chill. The spirit turtle also gave off an intense omen of warning. Even without the spirit turtle's divination, he could guess that killing Yi Dan had already provoked an extremely terrifying figure, and that figure was not someone he could oppose right now. Master, the Beast King. He mulled over the 2 words before tossing them to the back of his head. As his understanding of the spirit turtle deepened, he became more and more sensitive to omens of good and bad. This was a predestined fate, but it was not imminent. The Beast King would receive news of Yi Dan's death, learn who the murderer was from Jiuzhan, and then travel from the Dragon Province to the Green Province. It would take him a lot of time. Within the killing intent, there was still a chance of survival. Even if he could not defeat them, could he not flee? In short, if it was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, he could not avoid it. There was no need for him to worry unnecessarily. Li Qingshan yawned and looked at the blood-red swirl in the sky. He had no idea whether Yi Dan's soul had already returned to the Azura realm, or whether it had been devoured by the beast soul and completely vanished from the world. He lowered his head and looked at the grayish-black golden core in his hand. The totem of a black wolf could be vaguely seen on it, giving off a wild and savage presence. Stepping out of the Azura field, he arrived over 5 kilometers underground. A small river gurgled through the darkness. Helicoverpa Rosa lay on the riverbank nearby, completely naked. Although she seemed extremely weak, her wounds had basically all healed. There was only a bloody gash on her waist that had yet to heal. This type of injury wouldn't take her life, but it was undoubtedly a serious injury. Even her scarlet lips lost a bit of color. Helicoverpa Rosa looked at him from behind. "You won again. Hehe, it's all thanks to you. Open your mouth." Li Qingshan walked over and hugged her back. He took out a section of the banyan tree trunk and squeezed it hard. Milky white sap dripped down. It fell into her mouth. Soon, the injuries on her body were completely healed, and her lips regained some color. She continued to stare at him with a strange expression. He vaguely understood why the Golden Cicada Spirit King treated him with special respect and even treated him as an equal. There was something different about him that allowed him to grow from a small demon general under her command to where he was today. Helicoverpa Rosa regained some of her demonic energy. Li Qingshan patted her cheek. "All right, you can go back now." Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly hugged his neck. "Have you forgotten something?" You said you'd do me if you won. Now you've won." Helicoverpa Rosa licked her lips and said in a low and seductive voice. Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa had done it many times, but they were all forceful. She couldn't resist and only half-heartedly agreed. This was the first time she took the initiative to make love. He couldn't help but smile. This also meant that she no longer thought about revenge and completely accepted his existence. It wasn't love, it was nothing more than acknowledging the strong and obeying the strong. But this was enough for Li Qingshan. He pinched her chin and smiled. "Fortunately, you're not too stupid. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day I'll really kill you with my own hands. That would be too much of a waste." The reason why he didn't kill Helicoverpa Rosa was initially because of the law that monsters couldn't kill each other. Later, he took the face of the Golden Cicada Spirit King into consideration. As for what made him the happiest, it was not the most important reason. Whether it was a woman or a banshee, there were many of them in the world. Even if he was lustful, he didn't need to hang himself on this tree. Not to mention, beauty was not his biggest pursuit. When he became stronger and could ignore all these rules, if she was still looking at him with that kind of hatred in her eyes, he might just laugh it off and not take it to heart. Or he might change his mind and settle old scores with her, and then he would raise his blade and strike. That day won't come. Helicoverpa Rosa took the initiative to raise her head and kiss his lips. Li Qingshan raised his hand to cover her lips. "I still have something to do. You go back and wait for me. Oh right, don't forget to hide a little deeper. The storm hasn't ended yet." After seeing off Helicoverpa Rosa, Li Qingshan's smile faded. He immediately returned to Mooncourt Lake. The storm was still pouring down, and the waves were still rising and falling, but it was no longer as intense as before. From afar, he could see the final few formations still enveloping the Mooncourt dwelling, which made him stop worrying. What he worried about the most was Jiozhan returning and unleashing a massacre in the Mooncourt dwelling. Although he did not have any special feelings towards night roamers, he still cared about Yi Liusu and her sister very much. They had performed quite well in the battle this time. If it were not for the 2 sneak attacks from the shadow, Jiozhan would never have fled so quickly, which made things rather difficult for him. On the black altar, Yi Mingzhu still had her eyes firmly shut, standing in the center of the altar. The shadow lingered around her. She had no idea about the situation, so she was afraid to disperse the night-roaming god for now. All the weaker night roamers in the surroundings had already fainted on the ground. Even the more powerful night roamers tottered about slightly. Yi Mingzhu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the figure walking over from the colonel. The shadow merged with the darkness and appeared behind Li Qingshan, ready to strike. Only when it saw him did it stop. Yi Mingzhu knelt down in a hurry. "Master, When the other night roamers saw the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure, they all beamed with joy, let alone Iliosu and Iliobwa. No matter what, the fate of the night roamers in this region had already become linked to him. It was indeed through him that he had freed them from Helicoverpa Rosa's control, allowing them to survive under the stars. Actually, the main reason was that Li Qingshan was just too busy. He really did not have much time to oppress them. If he were as bored as Helicoverpa Rosa, he probably would have enjoyed the decadent life of a ruler. At most, he would not be as deviant as her. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and smiled in approval at Iliosu and Iliobwa. You've all done well. Everyone here today will be rewarded. He arrived before the black altar. He tapped it gently. The altar seemed to be carved from a single piece of obsidian. It possessed a wondrous power. Then he said to Yi Mingzhu, "You're about to break through to the second heavenly tribulation, right?" "Yes, Master. This is an origin spirit pill. It's used by humans when they break through to the second heavenly tribulation. I wonder if it's effective on night roamers." Li Qingshan tossed it casually. Yi Mingzhu caught the origin spirit pill in surprise and joy. "Thank you for your reward, Master. I want to ingest the pill right now." Although she was a little exhausted after the battle, the power of the night roaming god still resided in her body. Her will was unprecedentedly powerful. This was without a doubt a heaven-sent opportunity. "Up to you." Li Qingshan also wanted to see what it would be like to undergo the second heavenly tribulation so that he could make some preparations for the upcoming tribulation. Yi Mingzhu immediately ingested the origin spirit pill. She sat down on the altar with her legs crossed. The shadows that lingered around her gradually dispersed, and the power that belonged to her surged out, enveloping her surroundings. With a rumble of thunder, lightning descended from above. The night roamers all retreated to the surrounding hills. On the peak with the best location, Li Qingshan smiled at Iliosu and Iliobwa. "It really has been a long time. You've done well this time. How do you want me to reward you?" Iliobwa grumbled, "And I thought you'd forgotten about us, Master. Everyone says they can't split themselves up, but Master, you have both a true body and a clone, yet you don't even know to visit us. I don't care about rewards. I just want what you owe me." "What do I owe you?" "Ah, Master, you've actually forgotten. I want a child." Iliobwa seemed like she was about to burst into tears. All right. We'll have one when we get back." Only when Li Qingshan agreed did Iliobwa smile from ear to ear. She wrapped her arms around his waist firmly as if she was afraid he would flee. Then Li Qingshan asked, "What about you, Liusu?" "I'm not bold enough to ask for anything. I'll be satisfied as long as you show me even the slightest bit of affection. I wonder which one is easier compared to having a child." Yi Liusu turned around and smiled. She stared into his eyes with her starry eyes. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and broke into laughter. His elder sister's displeasure was even greater than his younger sister's. He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. "I'm sorry. I really do have a little too much on my plate. Although I killed an opponent this time, his master is the Beast King of the Dragon Province. He'll probably come looking for trouble very soon, so I can't stop yet." Yi Liusu was greatly touched. She had never expected him to explain or even apologize to her so sincerely. With his power, there was no need for him to care about what she thought. She said with deep emotion, "You've already given me enough, yet I can't help you with anything. However, I always think of you, and no matter what, everything I have belongs to you." "Sister." Under Yi Liobwa's surprised gaze, Yi Liusu's face reddened and she lowered her head. Li Qingshan smiled. "Do you want a child too?" "As long as you want it." Yi Liusu turned around and gazed at the valley. The flickering lightning constantly illuminated her face. She gradually became rather worried. Can Mother undergo the tribulation successfully? Who knew how many years it had already been since a second heavenly tribulation expert had emerged from the night roamers in this region? First of all, the night roamers were at each other's throats. Once a genius like that appeared, the other clans would do everything they could to kill them. Then, there was the suppression from Helicoverpa Rosa. She only needed a single word to summon them into Cobweb City and devour them for what the other clans could not achieve. Finally, without a wondrous pill like the Origin Spirit Pill, overcoming the second heavenly tribulation with her own strength was not easy either. Don't worry. If she weren't confident, she wouldn't have chosen to undergo the tribulation right now. According to Li Qingshan's observations, the power of the second heavenly tribulation was not particularly terrifying. At the very least, he felt like he would be fine. Of course, this confidence was based on his unbelievably tough body. Yi Mingzhu was not that powerful, but she had been stuck at this bottleneck for so many years, so the foundation she had built up was extremely deep. The Origin Spirit Pill was just a final push to her. Sure enough, when the last bolt of lightning fell, Yi Mingzhu remained standing on the black altar. She was filled with joy. Everyone retreat to the underground. No, all of you, come to my side. Li Qingshan suddenly ordered loudly. He gazed in the direction of the Dragon Province. His tribulation had arrived. Chapter 679. On a black mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high and covered in jagged rocks. First, the words Mountain Villa of 10,000 beasts filled up a cliff that was 1,000 feet tall. Totems of various wild beasts were vaguely engraved on the precipice. There were common birds and beasts, as well as spirit birds and strange beasts that only belonged to legends. Roar. A wild and angry roar shook the mountains, and all the birds and beasts trembled. An old man with unkempt hair and as dignified as a lion appeared at the edge of the cliff, looking in the direction of the Azure province. Who killed Yi Dan? The moment Li Qingshan killed Yi Dan, he suddenly felt a deep chill. The spirit turtle also gave off a strong warning. Even without the spirit turtle's divination, he could guess that killing Yi Dan had already provoked an extremely terrifying figure, and that figure was someone he could not oppose right now. Master, Beast King. He mulled over the two phrases before tossing them to the back of his head. As his understanding of the spirit turtle deepened, he became more and more sensitive to the omens of good and bad. Although this was a predestined fate, it was not imminent. The Beast King would receive news of Yi Dan's death, learn who the murderer was from Jiozhan, and then travel from the Dragon Province to the Green Province. It would take a lot of time. Amidst the murderous intent, there was still a chance of survival. Even if he couldn't win, couldn't he escape? In short, if it was a blessing, it wasn't a calamity. If it was a calamity, it couldn't be avoided. There was no need to worry about it. Li Qingshan stretched his back and looked at the blood-red swirl in the sky. He wondered if Yi Dan's soul had already returned to the Azura realm, or if it had been devoured by the beast soul and completely vanished from the world. He lowered his head and looked at the grayish-black golden core in his palm. There was a faint totem of a black wolf on it, emitting a wild and savage aura. Stepping out of the Azura field, they arrived at a place more than 10 miles underground. In the darkness, a small river flowed, and Helicoverpa Rosa lay naked on the riverbank not far away. Although she seemed extremely weak, she had basically recovered from her wounds. There was only a bloody gash on her waist that had yet to heal. To a demon commander with a powerful body like hers, this wound was not enough to take her life, but it was undoubtedly a heavy injury. Even her scarlet lips had lost some color. Helicoverpa Rosa looked at him from behind. You won again. Haha, it's all thanks to you. Open your mouth. Li Qingshan walked over and hugged her back. He took out a section of the banyan tree trunk and squeezed it hard. Milky white tree sap dripped down and into her mouth. Very soon, the injuries on her body were completely healed. Her lips were also a little more rosy. She kept staring at him with a strange expression. She vaguely understood why the Golden Cicada Spirit King regarded him with special respect and even treated him as an equal. There was something different about him that made him rise from a little demon general under her command to where he was today. Helicoverpa Rosa recovered some of her demon chi. Li Qingshan patted her cheek. All right, you can go back. Helicoverpa Rosa suddenly hugged his neck. Didn't you forget something? You said you would do me if you won. Now you've won. Helicoverpa Rosa licked her lips and said with a low and seductive voice. Li Qingshan and Helicoverpa Rosa had done it many times, but they were all done forcefully. She could not resist and only half-heartedly agreed. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for sex. He could not help but smile. This also meant that she no longer thought about revenge and completely accepted his existence. It was not love. It was nothing more than acknowledging the strong and obeying the strong. But this was enough for Li Qingshan. He pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you are not too stupid. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day I would really kill you with my own hands. Wouldn't that be too much of a waste?" The reason why he did not kill Helicoverpa rosa was initially because of the law that demons could not kill each other. Later on, he took the golden cicada spirit king's face into consideration. As for the pleasure of doing it, it was not the most important reason. Whether it was a woman or a female demon, there were many of them in the world. Even if he was lustful, there was no need to hang himself on this tree. Not to mention, beauty was not the biggest pursuit for him. When he became stronger and could ignore all these rules, if she was still looking at him with that kind of hatred in her eyes, he might just laugh it off and not take it to heart. Or he might change his mind and settle old scores with her, and then he would raise his blade and strike. That day will never come. Helicoverpa rosa took the initiative to raise her head and kiss his lips. Li Qingshan raised his hand and covered her lips. "I still have matters to attend to. You better go back and wait for me to visit you. Oh right, don't forget to hide a little deeper. The storm hasn't ended yet." After seeing off Helicoverpa rosa, Li Qingshan's smile faded. He immediately returned to Mooncourt Lake. The storm continued to pour, and the waves continued to rise and fall, but it was no longer as intense as before. From afar, he could see the final few formations still enveloping the Mooncourt dwelling, which made him stop worrying. What he worried about the most was Jiozhan returning and unleashing a massacre in the Mooncourt dwelling. Although he did not have any special feelings for night roamers, he was still very concerned about Yi Liusu and her sister. They had performed well in the battle this time. If it were not for the 2 sneak attacks from the shadow, Jiozhan would not have fled so quickly, which made things rather difficult for him. On the black altar, Yi Mingzhu still had her eyes firmly shut, standing in the center of the altar. The shadow lingered around her. She had no idea about the situation, so she was afraid to disperse the night roaming god for now. All the weaker night roamers in the surroundings had already fainted on the ground. Even the powerful night roamers tottered about slightly. Yi Mingzhu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the figure walking over from the colonel. The shadow merged with the darkness and appeared behind Li Qingshan, ready to strike. Only when it saw him did it stop. Yi Mingzhu knelt down in a hurry. "Master." When the other night roamers saw the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure, they all beamed with joy, let alone Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo. No matter what, the fate of the night roamers in this region had already become linked to him. It was indeed through him that he had freed them from Helicoverpa rosa's control, allowing them to survive under the stars. Actually, the main reason was that Li Qingshan was just too busy. He really did not have much time to oppress them. If he were as bored as Helicoverpa rosa, he probably would have enjoyed the decadent life of a ruler. At most, he would not be as deviant as her. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and smiled in approval at Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo. "You've all done well. Everyone here today will be rewarded." He arrived before the black altar and knocked it gently. The altar seemed to be carved from a single piece of obsidian. It possessed a wondrous power. Then he said to Yi Mingzhu, "You're close to breaking through to the 2nd heavenly tribulation, right?" "Yes, Master. This is an origin spirit pill. It's used by humans when they undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation. I wonder if it's effective on night roamers." Li Qingshan tossed it casually. Yi Mingzhu caught the origin spirit pill and beamed with joy. "Thank you for your reward, Master. I want to ingest the pill right now." Although she was a little exhausted after the battle, the power of the night roaming god still resided in her body, and her will was unprecedentedly powerful. This was without a doubt a heaven-sent opportunity. "Up to you." Li Qingshan also wanted to see what it looked like to undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation so that he could make some preparations for the upcoming tribulation. Yi Mingzhu immediately ingested the origin spirit pill and sat down on the altar. The shadows around her gradually dispersed, and her own power surged out, enveloping her. There was a rumble of thunder, and lightning descended from above. The night roamers all retreated to the surrounding hills. On the peak with the best location, Li Qingshan smiled at Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo. It really has been a long time. You've done well this time. How do you want me to reward you? Yi Liubo grumbled, and I thought you'd forgotten about us, Master. Everyone says they can't split themselves up, but Master, you have both a true body and a clone, yet you don't even know to visit us. I don't care about any reward. I just want what you owe me. What do I owe you? Ah, Master, you've actually forgotten. I want children. Yi Liubo seemed like she was about to burst into tears. All right. We'll have them when we get back. Only when Li Qingshan agreed did Yi Liubo smile from ear to ear. She wrapped her arms around his waist firmly, as if she was afraid he would flee. Then Li Qingshan asked, "What about you, Liusu?" "I'm not bold enough to ask for anything. I'll be satisfied as long as you show me even the slightest bit of affection. I wonder which one is easier compared to having children." Yi Liusu turned around and smiled. She stared into his eyes with her starry eyes. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and broke into a smile. His elder sister's displeasure was basically even greater than his younger sister's. He lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. "Apologies. I really do have a little too many matters to attend to. Although I killed an opponent this time, his master is the Beast King of the Dragon Province. He'll probably come looking for trouble very soon, so I can't stop yet." Yi Liusu was greatly touched. She had never expected him to explain or even apologize to her so sincerely. With his strength, there was no need for him to take her thoughts to heart. She said with deep emotion, "You've already given me enough, but I can't help you with anything. However, I'm constantly thinking about you, and no matter what, everything I have belongs to you." "Elder sister?" Under Yi Liubo's surprised gaze, Yi Liusu blushed and lowered her head. Li Qingshan smiled. "Do you want me to give you a child too? As long as you want it." Yi Liusu turned around and gazed at the valley. The flickering lightning constantly illuminated her face. She gradually became rather worried. Can mother undergo the tribulation successfully? Who knew how many years it had been since a second heavenly tribulation expert had emerged from the night roamers in this region? First of all, the night roamers were at each other's throats. Once a genius like that appeared, the other clans would do everything they could to kill them. Then, there was the suppression from Helicoverpa Rosa. She only needed a single word to summon them into Cobweb City and devour them for what the other clans could not achieve. Finally, without a wondrous pill like the Origin Spirit Pill, overcoming the second heavenly tribulation with her own strength was not easy either. Don't worry. If she weren't confident, she wouldn't have chosen to undergo the tribulation right now. According to Li Qingshan's observations, the power of the second heavenly tribulation was not particularly terrifying. At the very least, he felt like he would be fine. Of course, this confidence was based on his unbelievably tough body. Yi Mingzhu was not that powerful, but she had been stuck at this bottleneck for so many years, so her foundation was extremely deep. The Origin Spirit Pill was only a final step to her. Sure enough, when the last bolt of lightning fell, Yi Mingzhu remained standing on the black altar. She was filled with joy. "Everyone retreat to the underground. No, all of you, come to my side," Li Qingshan suddenly ordered loudly. He gazed in the direction of the Dragon Province. His tribulation had arrived. It had come so quickly. Chapter 680. The storm stopped, but the thick clouds continued to cover the sky. On the eastern horizon, the dim light of dawn peeked through the clouds. Before they knew it, night had passed and dawn had arrived. The cool wind ruffled his long, scarlet hair, still wet from the rain and mist that had yet to disperse. It was a comfortable morning. Li Qingshan stood alone on the tallest mountain in the Moon Court dwelling, staring at the northern sky sternly as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, an aura appeared in the northern sky. It viciously tore through the clouds, allowing sunlight to pour down. It was still extremely far away, but the surging aura was rather suffocating. After Jiozhen fled, he immediately reported everything to Sai Ching, who then passed it on to the Beast King. After obtaining his enemy's name and appearance, the Beast King immediately set off, killing his way over from the Dragon Province. His orange-yellow eyes were like those of a wild beast, immediately locking onto the figure with drifting, scarlet hair and the two words above his head, North Moon. There was no mistaking it. Bang! The air exploded, and a gust of wind blew, creating white ripples in the void. The Beast King whistled over and landed in front of Li Qingshan. The entire island trembled, and countless structures collapsed. Li Qingshan held his breath and did not take a single step back. He studied the Beast King. He seemed to be in his 50s, and he was much taller than regular people. His nose was tall and wide, and his eyes shone brightly. His mouth drooped down, but it was truly a gaping mouth. He was like an old lion. As he looked around, he really did give off the bearing of a king among beasts. He did not hide his aura at all. His fury was like a volcano that was about to erupt, about to destroy the world. Although he had defeated a king before, that was because he had gathered the power of countless people. Taking advantage of the favorable timing, geographical, and social conditions, he had shattered space in the end to kill the Corpse King. However, Li Qingshan had estimated that under normal circumstances, even if he was much more powerful than before, and even if he had the water god seal to rely on, death would still be certain in the end if he fought the Corpse King one-on-one. Unless he immediately flapped his wings and fled as soon as he saw him from afar, only then would he have a chance at survival. A huge chasm of strength existed between two realms of cultivation. It could not be crossed easily. The Beast King in front of him was probably even more powerful than the Zombie King. The Beast King was also scrutinizing North Moon. There were not many people who could remain calm in the face of his wrath. Furthermore, the aura he gave off was not strong, far from being strong enough to kill Edan. This left him rather puzzled. "You're the one who killed Edan," a low roar that sounded like a lion's. "That's right," Li Qingshan said frankly. "You dare to stay here? At the very least, I have to see what my enemy looks like and verify some things. Now that you've seen it, are you ready to die? I will refine your soul into a beast soul." The Beast King took another step forward, and a powerful aura surged forth like a tsunami. Li Qingshan smiled. "I won't die in your hands." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand with thick joints grabbed his throat. It was so fast that he had no time to react. In his eyes, he could still see the afterimage of the Beast King standing there. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "Looks like other people aren't worth relying on after all. Only personal strength is true strength." His body suddenly shuddered like a ripple. The light and shadow twisted before completely shattering and vanishing. This was only a clone he had left here. He was not foolish enough to stay here with his original body and wait for the Beast King to kill him. When he sensed the impending doom and danger coming from the north, he immediately made up his mind, which was to flee. As the saying went, fleeing is the best strategy of the 36 stratagems. The true essence of the spirit turtle was to avoid disaster and conceal himself. In simpler terms, he was a coward who could not be found. No matter how powerful his enemies were, they could do nothing to him. He had left his mirror clone here to see what the Beast King looked like, as well as to see how the Dragon King of the Sea would react. It did not make sense that only Edan could kill North Moon, while North Moon could not, or he would be killed in revenge. As the King of the Diamonds of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea was also the protector of all diamonds in name. If he allowed the demon commanders and demon generals under him to be killed by powerful human cultivators, he would be failing in his duty. But in the end, the Dragon King of the Sea did not appear, which explained many problems. It was impossible for the Dragon King of the Sea to be unaware of such a great disturbance on Mooncourt Lake. The Beast King had charged over from the Dragon Province aggressively, while the Dragon King of the Sea, who was also on the Green Province, had not arrived in time. Perhaps he lacked the ability, or perhaps he lacked the will, but there was only one conclusion. The Dragon King of the Sea was not worth relying on. North Moon, no matter where you flee to, I will kill you and refine you into a beast soul. With a roar, the clouds dispersed, and the Beast King punched the mountain below him. Boom! Black cracks spread out in all directions. The entire island fell to pieces, collapsing into Mooncourt Lake. The underwater dwelling was completely destroyed. At this moment, Li Qingshan was traversing deep underground. In order to hide his tracks, he did not even unfurl his wings. He only ran swiftly and gracefully with a smile on his face. He sensed a slight tremor in the distance and fine sand rustled down from above. He concealed his aura and slowed down slightly, silently circulating the spirit turtle's demon core. The only thing he was worried about was someone locking onto his location through divination. With his identity and cultivation as a beast king, he would definitely be able to find an extremely powerful practitioner of divination. He had to be careful about this. Fortunately, the spirit turtle was skilled in this aspect. After ingesting the fruit of wisdom, he had gained a deeper understanding of how to use this power, so there was no need for him to worry too much. However, he had to temporarily give up on his identity as North Moon. Entering the pitch-black, complicated caves, he was like a spirit turtle slowly diving into the abyss. No one could find his traces anymore. In an inconspicuous little cave in the Chain Mountains, a small stream gurgled into it. Li Qingshan strode out of the pitch-black underground. He already had black hair, black eyes, and a bronze face. The sun currently shone resplendently. All the trees were verdant and luxuriant. A figure in snow-white robes was sitting on a rock not far away beside a small stream, looking at him with a faint smile. Her long, dark hair draped down from her beautiful face like a waterfall, reaching her waist and drifting in the wind. Compared to her usual valiant appearance, her current attire seemed even more romantic and elegant. However, it was very difficult to describe her with words that were more feminine or charming. Perhaps it was because she was always so confident and composed, or perhaps it was because she never treated herself as a woman. Li Qingshan shivered inside and clasped his hands. "Greetings, Commander Jiyu." Jiyu Yangying said, "Little bro Qingshan, you've made quite the mess this time." Li Qingshan laid out his hands and made an expression of helplessness. "Life forces people." Jiyu Yangying said, "I think you're enjoying it." Li Qingshan smiled. "There's an old saying from my hometown. Life is like this. If you can't fight back, then enjoy it." Jiyu Yangying raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't sound like something a farmer of the Crouching Ox village would say. And, the one who was raped wasn't you, but Dan." Li Qingshan said, "Let's hope he enjoys this final battle." "Alright, don't tell me you've been waiting for me here just to hear me say this." Jiyu Yangying raised 2 fingers. "2 matters. First, after you left, the king of myriad beasts rushed underground and unleashed a massacre against the night roamers and diamonds. The dragon king of the sea sent him back to the dragon province. That old beast sure is obedient. Unless he wants to die in the green province. Can the dragon king of the sea kill him?" Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. He had personally witnessed the beast king's strength. After all, the higher one's realm of cultivation, the more difficult it was to kill them. If he wanted to kill a beast king, he would have to be far more powerful than him. "I don't think there's any problem. Mighty be our king." Li Qingshan could not help but re-evaluate the strength of the 10 demon kings. They had been conferred the title of 10 demon kings several millennia ago, and after several millennia of accumulation, every single one of them was a terrifying old monster. Jiyu Yangying said, "The dragon king of the sea has already ordered North Moon to go to the Ink Sea to see him." Li Qingshan said, "Do you think North Moon should go?" "I don't think North Moon will go." "That's right. I'll pretend I never heard about this." Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. He would never entrust his life and safety to the mood of a powerhouse, and he hated to play the role of a subject. He had too many secrets, and he might not be able to hide them from the Dragon King. Of course, he could also send his doppelganger to the Ink Sea. However, such a rude action would probably anger the Dragon King of the sea. Not every Demon King was as calm and magnanimous as the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King. Therefore, the best way was to pretend he never heard about this. Jiyu Yangying said, "Then there's the second thing. There's an official in Great Shia called the Imperial Astronomer. I know their supervisor. He's a muddle-headed old man, but at the same time, He's the most powerful yin-yang practitioner in the 9 provinces. The imperial astronomer has a magic treasure called the Imperial Heavenly Platform. It's 100 feet tall, refined from yin and yang, the essence of the 5 elements, and flying stars. As long as that old man performs divination on it, there's almost nothing he doesn't know. Jiozhen happens to be related to him. This revealed the thing that Li Qingshan was most worried about. He frowned and muttered, Imperial astronomer, Imperial Heavenly Platform. That old man doesn't perform divination for others easily, and he won't use the Imperial Heavenly Platform casually. Jiozhen alone won't be able to persuade him, but if we add in the Beast King, Prince Saiqing, and the Imperial family's desire to take back the Azura field, we can make him pay a visit to the Imperial Heavenly Platform and divine a certain person's location. This is really bad. This is a minor 5 elements reversal formation. It can obscure the mysteries of heaven. Don't leave the range of the formation for at least 3 months. Coupled with your own remarkable abilities, you should be able to deceive everyone. That's right, entering the Azura field will also have a certain effect. Jiyu Yangying handed the formation to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Take it as me buying it from you. Our debts are settled. This kind of formation that could interfere with the divination of the strongest yin-yang practitioner was definitely priceless. And what was even more precious was the information that she had given him. If his location was calculated without him knowing, even Li Qingshan's identity might be exposed. Chapter 681. After watching Jiyu Yangying vanish into the horizon, Li Qingshan pondered for a while more before returning to the Qingxiao dwelling. After several years of accumulation in the 8 gates formation of golden locks, the spiritual qi in the dwelling had become extremely dense. Perhaps it was not on par with a first-rate cultivation dwelling, but it was still a decent place for cultivation. Only after casting down the minor formation of 5 elements reversal and turning the heavenly secrets upside down and chaotic did Li Qingshan stop worrying. Afterwards, he entered the Azura field. What appeared before him was still the same dense rainforest and a towering tree. Master! The night roamers bustled about in the rainforest. They all bowed as soon as they saw Li Qingshan. A shadow drifted over, and Yi Mingzhu appeared before him. She was dressed in the traditional black armor of night roamers, but it was unable to hide her mature, charming figure. However, her existence was thin and blurry like a silhouette, giving off a gloomy aura as if she could merge with the darkness at any time. Congratulations. Li Qingshan smiled. In the depths of the jungle, there were even more night roamers and diamonds. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo sensed his aura and hurried over together. Milopt climbed up a large tree, while Liel Red and Liel Blue soaked in a pond in the forest. When the spirit turtle had foretold the impending doom, Li Qingshan had gathered all the night roamers and sent them into the Azura field. Afterwards, he left behind a mirror clone while his original body returned underground. He did his best to send every night roamer and demon he came across into the Azura field so that he could leave before the Beast King arrived. With the Azura field spanning several hundred kilometers, accommodating them was obviously not a problem. The only problem was the influence of the murderous intent from the Azura realm. Regular night roamers and diamonds could not withstand it, so it was very easy for them to fall into a frenzy. Even as the master of the Azura field, Li Qingshan was unable to eliminate this influence. If that happened, the Azura field would no longer be an Azura field. However, there was still a Pure Land, and that was the area covered by the Banyan Tree King's canopy. With the power of the Banyan Tree King, even the power of the Shura Path could not invade it. Its canopy, which was like a green cloud, was also large enough. All of the night roamers and diamonds gathered below the tree, but they were afraid to approach the tree too closely. Some reckless diamonds had already tried the power of the sun vines. It's all thanks to Master, Yi Mingzhu said politely. Although she had successfully undergone the second heavenly tribulation, she still dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of him. In the past, she had considered expelling him if she underwent the tribulation successfully and allowing her to regain control over the night roamers, but after the battle on Mooncourt Lake, she gave up on that thought. His strength was far beyond what she could imagine. He was not an opponent that could be defeated by assassination. Coupled with the fact that he actually had no interest in ruling over the night roamers, and now that Yi Liusu was in control, she was in control too as her mother, so there was no need for her to take this risk. Yi Liusu said, "Master, I want to leave all the matters regarding the night roamers to mother and focus on cultivation for a while." "All right. I've already said that you shouldn't spend too much effort on these trivial matters. Being ruled by the strongest goes without saying. Yi Mingzhu, from today onwards, you will continue to be the matriarch and rule over the night roamers." "Thank you, Master." Yi Mingzhu was overjoyed. Her desire for power had already become bone deep. "What do you think of this place?" Li Qingshan asked. "It's very good." According to the records, night roamers lived in a forest like this before they ventured underground. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed into the distance. Under the cover of the great banyan tree's canopy, the dense forest that never saw the light of day seemed even darker. It seemed like it was very suitable for night roamers to live here. As a result, he asked the banyan tree king from afar, "Sir, are there night roamers in the Mist province too?" "There are many, many of them. Most of them live under my shade." The great banyan tree produced an ancient voice, which surprised all the night roamers. When they first saw such a huge tree, they had already become speechless from shock. They never thought the tree was actually a demon with a will. Even Yi Mingzhu widened her eyes. Li Qingshan said, "This is one of the 10 demon kings, the banyan tree king. Of course, this is just a clone of his." The banyan tree king, Yi Mingzhu, was a renowned 10 demon king. Everyone knew about the dragon king of the sea who reigned over the Green province. He had always been a figure of legend in her eyes. She never expected to see one in person today, which made her feel even more reverence. Then, Li Qingshan asked, "I want to remove these sun vines so that they can live safely under your shade. Are you willing to do that, sir?" "I'm just a tree. There's no need to ask me what I think. However, their roots have already intertwined with the tree's roots, so removing them won't be easy." "Then I'll try." Li Qingshan smiled confidently and took a step forward. His body grew to over 60 meters tall as the sun vines wrapped around him furiously. He allowed them to wrap around him without moving at all. In the blink of an eye, he was completely swallowed by the golden sun vines. Every single sun vine absorbed his demon qi desperately. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan immediately withdrew and suppressed all of his demon qi, like he had frozen the sea. The sun vines were unable to absorb it for a moment. The tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan converted his demon qi into the power of the tremors of the ox demon and released it around him. The sun vines instinctively absorbed all of the power of tremors, leaving nothing behind. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He continued to release the power of tremors endlessly. Gradually, the sun vines began to ripple, as if they had reached a certain limit. Suddenly, they split apart and turned to dust. The pale yellow juice contained in it splattered in all directions, as if a rainstorm had fallen. The spiritual qi within the fluid was extremely dense. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply as if he had undergone a baptism. His exhaustion from the battle vanished, and he seemed like a brand new person. The rainforest in the surroundings grew madly under the nourishment of the spiritual rain. The night roamers and diamonds all leapt onto the canopy, enjoying this shower from above. Due to the sun vine's ability to absorb, even the finest roots buried deep in the earth were shaken to pieces, uprooted. Perhaps there would be a day when they could regrow, but that would probably take a very, very long time. Under Yi Mingzhu's supervision, the night roamers built houses and residences under the great banyan tree's tangled roots. Li Qingshan stood on the great banyan tree, overlooking the bustling night roamers below before gazing at the boundary of the azure field. He could not help but sigh in amazement. In the past, he could only sleep in a cowshed. Just how cramped was that? Now, he possessed a private territory that spanned several hundred kilometers. It truly felt like a lifetime had passed. However, the difficulties of the past were not worth lamenting over. Even now, he was unable to see just how colossal the oxen that had accompanied him for over a decade was. "I'll be waiting for you beyond the 9 heavens," waiting for the day when you stand beside me." He gazed at the sky. Was the Azura realm lofty? Beyond the 9 heavens was probably an even greater place. "Don't lower your head to anyone or anything, because you've once ridden on my back." These words were engraved in his heart. He took out the bamboo flute he had not used in a very long time and placed it by his lips, playing it rather rudely. The flute music that was not particularly pleasant drifted through the wind. The banyan tree king listened on silently. He had heard countless pleasant tunes in the past, but he had never heard a flute like this. Chapter 682. The tune of the flute came to an end, and the sky had already darkened. The Azura field had experienced another advancement and breakthrough, and the blood-colored vortex in the sky instead gradually dissipated, revealing a faint red sky, waiting for the next life and death battle. Li Qingshan prepared to leave the Azura field and cultivate in seclusion, breaking through to the golden elixir realm. Suddenly, he felt a scorching gaze staring at him from below. Yi Mingzhu searched for a suitable place to stabilize her cultivation, and Yi Liusu directed everyone to rebuild their homes. Everyone had their own work, but they would occasionally raise their heads and look into the depths of the tree. Only Yi Liubo sat on the branch, hugging her knees, and looked at him without blinking. She listened to the sound of the flute, as if she was listening to celestial music. Rather than saying it was love between a man and a woman, it was more like looking up to a god. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and leaped down from the great banyan tree. His phoenix wings flapped lightly, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. He flew over the rainforest, picked her up in his arms, and flew toward the distant mountains. "Looks like it's time to fulfill my promise." Li Qingshan lowered his head and smiled at her in his arms. "Master," Yi Liubo said in surprise, and hugged him tightly. "Just call me by my name. But I like to call you Master." "That's up to you." Yi Liusu looked up at them flying away from the great banyan tree, flying away from the rainforest. She felt a little sour in her heart, but also happy for Yi Liubo. In the end, she felt relieved. Just now, listening to him play the flute, she felt more and more how far apart they were, and it would only get further and further. He would never belong to a woman. The wind whistled past her ears. Yi Liubo knew about the strangeness of this world, but in his arms, she experienced unprecedented peace, as well as an indescribable sense of joy. Before anything had even happened, her eyes had already become rather dazed. Flying over the dusty desert, those Azura were fighting, and several Azura were fighting for their positions. When they saw Li Qingshan flying over the horizon, they all stopped their weapons and stood solemnly. That battle had made them understand who was the fully deserving ruler of this place. Li Qingshan smiled and saluted them. Seeing the Asuras return the salute, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He continued flying forward until he reached the snowy mountain. Just now, he landed at the foot of the mountain, where he could see the lake in the distance. "Do you like it here?" "I like it." Yi Liubo bit her lips. Her breathing quickened, and her body began to heat up. Li Qingshan placed her on the pure white snow and used his fingers to gently stroke her face. Then, he slid his fingers down. Her armor silently disintegrated, and her plump breasts jumped out. With a slight ripple, he continued to slide down, and her skirt armor also disintegrated. Her beautiful body was completely revealed before him, only leaving behind a pair of boots. The beautiful patterns unique to night roamers unfurled, and her dark blue skin formed an extremely distinct contrast against the pure white snow. Yi Liubo gazed at him eagerly and helplessly like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She murmured, "Master." Li Qingshan was in no hurry when faced with this cute pet who had offered everything to him without holding anything back. He teased her patiently and interestedly. His index finger passed between them until it reached her delicate navel, poking it gently. Yi Liubo shuddered and let out a pleasant moan. Her round thighs crossed and rubbed against each other gently. Li Qingshan never expected her to be so easily aroused. He teased, seriously. Yi Liubo furrowed her brows. She felt wronged. "It's all because of you, Master, don't talk back." Li Qingshan pressed his index finger against her pouting lips with a smile. She immediately fell into warmth. She raised her head and sucked on his finger. Her smooth, fragrant tongue wrapped around it, licking and sucking as if she was tasting some delicacy. Her eyes were blurry but filled with joy. She was both passionate and careful, like the most fervent believer pleasing their God. Li Qingshan felt his desire burn. His caresses became more intense. He played around with the softness forcefully and extended a hand under her body. He discovered that it was even moister than her mouth. All he heard was a high-pitched moan, "Master." She was filled with desire. As a result, Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He leaned over. Before the joy of love had even dispersed completely, he had already returned to the dark belly of the mountain. Li Qingshan shook his head and sucked in a deep breath. Afterwards, he lit some incense, bathed, changed his clothes, and cleared his mind. He made the most adequate preparations. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Everything that had happened in this period of time, from the start of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures to the killing of Yi Dan, the battles, the words, the hatred, the gratitude, the hostility, the kindness. Scenes flashed before his eyes, encompassing all the people and matters. Anger and joy, helplessness and desire surged in his heart at the same time. His eyes gradually became as calm as water, allowing everything to settle. Perhaps it was because he had taken the fruit of wisdom, but his mind had become exceptionally clear. In the end, all the people and matters faded away. Only the spiritual qi in his Dantian's sea of qi fluctuated. It was only a short distance away, but it was as deep and vast as the ocean. The time was ripe. It was time to take this step. He took out an origin spirit pill, consumed it, and refined it. A strange feeling spread throughout his body. The originally calm sea of qi in his dantian suddenly began to ripple unstably. His sea of consciousness also began to churn, as if it wanted to spread and expand even further. It also seemed like it wanted to close and condense the sea into a pearl. The two feelings contradicted each other, yet they were extremely harmonious, allowing Li Qingshan to catch a glimpse of the existence of that gateway. He silently practiced the arts of the boundless ocean, but he was in no hurry to break through. He silently comprehended the effects of the origin spirit pill and the true essence of the ocean. A while later, the effects dispersed, and the first origin spirit pill was wasted just like that. Even golden core cultivators would find it extravagant, but he only took out a second origin spirit pill calmly. He did not consume it immediately. He just sat there quietly, allowing time to pass by. Suddenly, the minor formation of 5 elements inversion was stirred up by a strange power and began to operate at full strength. However, even the wondrous formation could not stop the probing of the power. It passed through fate that was as chaotic as a maze bit by bit, heading straight for him. He held his breath and waited, making the spirit turtle dive deep and hide in the abyssal sea. It shrank into its shell and formed a system of its own. After passing through the formation, the power became rather sluggish. It probed for a long time, but it was unable to find any openings in the end. All it could do was return empty-handed. On the Dragon Province, the observatory of heaven shone with a faint light. The sun, moon, and stars were engraved on its 4 sides, as well as the changes in the weather. At the very top was a huge 8 trigrams diagram. A ruddy, white-haired old man sat in the center. A while later, the old man opened his eyes. They were pitch black and had no pupils, but they were as clear as a pool. The stars in the sky were reflected in them. He muttered to himself, "It's a difficult person to know. The minor formation of 5 elements inversion. If he had to divine it, it was not impossible. At the very least, he would be able to determine its location. However, he would have to pay a corresponding price. The dead disciple of the Beast King was not enough to make him do this. If Sai Ching had died himself, that would be more like it. Though, I can't divine you, but can't I divine this minor formation of 5 elements inversion?" The stars in the old man's eyes flickered together. As a formation specifically used against divination, the minor formation of 5 elements inversion did not have any defensive or trapping abilities. It was not a commonly seen formation, but it was quite valuable. There were not many people who possessed one. To a great school of yin-yang like him, This kind of defensive method was also a kind of clue and flaw. After a while, a figure appeared in his eyes. It went from blurry to clear. It was Jiyu Yangying. She even smiled at him and cupped her hands in greeting. This girl. The old man shook his head and got up to walk down the platform of heavens. The moment he left the platform of heavens, his tall figure suddenly stooped down. His clear eyes also became turbid. Even his ruddy face dimmed. Many wrinkles appeared out of nowhere. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked like a mortal. The Beast King, Sai Ching, and Jiozhan were waiting below the platform of heavens. Seeing the old man come down, the Beast King also lowered his head and bowed. Lord Supervisor, what's the result? I can't divine it. The old man raised his head and glanced at them. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. At this moment, the power of the platform of heavens had not completely dissipated. But his expression did not change. He turned and walked away, but he walked very slowly. The Beast King caught up with him in a single step. You should be able to divine his location, right? I don't want anything else. I just want to know where his true body is hidden. If you can't divine it, then you can't divine it. The old man waved his hand. The three of them were greatly surprised. They all knew the ability of this old man, not to mention the fact that he had used a treasure like the platform of heavens. Logically speaking, he could even clearly divine that monster of the North Moon's birth date, identity, and background. How could he not even be able to divine his location? For the sake of this divination, the Beast King had spent a great deal of money, but this was the result he had obtained. How could he be willing to accept this? He frowned and his dignified face became even more aggressive. But facing this old man, his violent temper could not explode in the slightest. The old man stopped and turned his head. His turbid eyes became very clear. That's right, I have something to tell the three of you. The three of them did not dare to be negligent. They listened attentively. What the old man said was not some profound prophecy. The matters of the world are unsettled. It is better to leave them unsettled. At this time, Li Qingshan took the second origin spirit pill. He still did not need to break through. He quietly meditated, and then he took the third, the fourth, and when he took out the fifth origin spirit pill, more than a month had already passed. He looked at the fifth origin spirit pill in his hand and put it away again. Then he continued to meditate until the medicinal effects of the first four origin spirit pills had completely dissolved. Then he wholeheartedly activated the arts of the boundless ocean. From the first to the sixth tier of the arts, he circulated them smoothly without any more sluggishness. Another 2 months passed. He used the origin spirit pill to spy on the location of the door, but he did not intend to use the origin spirit pill to break through. In the end, he still needed to rely on his own strength to take that step. This was naturally much more difficult. But he was not anxious. He patiently sat for another 4 months. It was an extremely long period of time, but in the midst of cultivation, it seemed like an instant. It was as if he was immersed in a dream. One day, at dawn, he opened his eyes and awoke from the dream. In his dantian, billowing spiritual energy began to gather, condensing into that deep ocean pearl. At the same time, he heard the angry roar of thunder. Chapter 683. Li Qingshan leapt up and rushed out of the center of the mountain, welcoming the first bolt of lightning that descended from above. Boom! The dazzling white lightning struck Li Qingshan and he felt a strange numbness all over his body. Even the depths of his soul trembled slightly, shocked by the terrifying might of the world. Only then did he feel a deep pain. This was a fatal bolt of lightning. It was also the greatest test of the heavens for those who were unwilling to accept their current situation. It was a heaven-sent opportunity for them to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. The spiritual energy in his Dantian sea of qi was rapidly consumed by the lightning. At the same time, the impurities were removed and they were fused in a new way. Different from the first heavenly tribulation, the tribulation clouds piled up thickly in the sky. Whether it was the momentum or the pressure, they were many times stronger than before. They hung low above the Lian Yu mountain range. Bolts of lightning shuttled back and forth in the clouds, but they were not released. Beneath the violent surface, they contained the mysterious laws of heaven and earth. The heavens and the earth flickered indeterminately. Tribulation lightning bolts were like divine hammers crafted by the heavens as they fiercely hammered this piece of stubborn iron. If it was able to endure this sort of tempering, then it would be able to become steel that had been tempered 100 times. If it couldn't, then it would only end up with its bones crushed. Amidst the intense pain, Li Qingshan's thoughts were extremely clear and calm. If most cultivators could survive the first heavenly tribulation without too much danger, then the second heavenly tribulation was much more dangerous. Countless cultivators had lost their lives at this juncture. But he was not afraid. After cultivating the 9 transformations of demons and gods, his willpower and the strength of his body had become extremely tough, far exceeding the level of a foundation establishment cultivator. If he still could not survive the heavenly tribulation, then he deserved to die. At the same time, Xin was sitting cross-legged in the jade-melting cauldron, cultivating the heavenly tome of cloud furnace she had obtained from Chu Tian. Using herself as a pill to refine was not an easy task, but she did not even frown. She was completely naked, like a beauty carved out of white jade. As the foundation of a cultivator, this cultivation method was even more powerful than she had imagined. In less than half a year of cultivation, she had undergone a tremendous change. Her cultivation also broke through to the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Other than the strength of the cultivation method, it was also because of her own strange talent. Of course, the jade melting cauldron was a rare magic weapon. It was also a great contribution. Compared to these gains, the pain of cultivation was indeed nothing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out. It contained the might of the heavens and earth. Even the spirit formation was unable to block it. Could it be? Xin's heart skipped a beat. Putting away his cultivation technique, he put on his clothes and walked out of the cave. When he saw the figure fighting with the lightning, he felt an indescribable sense of shock. Although he knew that his actual strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. However, there were some differences in cultivation realms that could not be made up for with pure strength. Once he took this step, he would be able to reach a whole new realm and become a peerless genius in the cultivation world of Qingju. The rumbling of thunder was continuous, as if it was roaring endlessly, drowning him completely. Xin was also unable to look at it directly. She thought to herself, no wonder so many cultivators died under the second heavenly tribulation. There is indeed great danger involved. However, there's no need to worry about him. I've cultivated the heavenly tome of cloud furnace, so I have some confidence. The radiance of the lightning was extremely glorious. Within Li Qingshan's body, with a loud bang, the surging spiritual energy gathered at a single point, converging into a spinning, perfectly round, azure bead. The aura within was vast and deep like the ocean. Second heavenly tribulation breakthrough. The azure sea pearl was refined. The clouds dissipated. The sky was blue and the sun shone brightly. He opened his arms and let out a long roar. The mountains responded. He suddenly turned back and smiled at Xin in the distance. In that instant, all the sunlight gathered on his face. After going through so many hardships, he had finally taken another step forward. Congratulations, you didn't get struck by lightning. After Li Qingshan reorganized himself, he came to Xin's cave abode. Xin served tea and said with a smile, I won't die even if you die. Millimeter, you've changed quite a bit as well. Li Qingshan studied Xin. Her skin had always been extremely fair and delicate, but now it shone with a glossy, jade-like luster, which made her seem less lively and more otherworldly. Xin did not hide anything and told him the whole story. Heavenly tome of cloud furnace. I didn't think this kid would have such a use. You won't really become a rock in the future, will you? What's the point of that? Li Qingshan reached out and poked Xin's cheek. Fortunately, it was still warm and soft. Take off your dog paws, Xin said without changing expression. Hey, if I capture him and torture him now, do you think I can get more useful things? Li Qingshan took an inch and took a mile, turning poking into pinching. He reached out with his other hand and pinched the other side of her cheek, pulling it to both sides. Her pillously beautiful face became strange. He chuckled. Just as Shin was about to explode, he let go. Here, the water god seal we agreed on. But it's best to use it under my control. If the aura inside is accidentally leaked, or the Ling energy in the rivers and lakes is used, there might be big trouble. The water god seal, which was like a coiled dragon, emitted a deep blue light and contained powerful Ling energy. Yet Li Qingshan could clearly feel that during this period of time, someone was trying to steal from him, using another water god seal to wantonly devour his waters. If it was any other day, he didn't even need to come in person. He only needed to activate the water god seal to expel them. But thinking about it, he knew that this was definitely a trap set by the enemy to lure him out. It was a so-called overt plot. Right now, there was even a risk of being exposed if he used the water god seal to gather water spiritual chi for cultivation. He simply ignored it completely. The Rui commandery spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. There were so many rivers and lakes, and he had only managed to unify them so quickly with the divine powers of the spirit turtle. The ancestral emperor had used the larger pieces of the water god seal to forge the 9 cauldrons. Even if the enemy's water god seal was a generous estimate, it would already be impressive if it could contain a tenth of the water. Whether it was devouring it or nibbling it away, they could forget about threatening his position as a water god without a few years of effort. He would let them do whatever they wanted. There would be a time for them to cry. Since there's trouble, then you better be careful. It's fine if the Beast King rips you to shreds, but don't drag me into it. Shin rubbed her face and said viciously, all the pills I owe you are gone. In the past, Li Qingshan had given her many spiritual herbs from underground for her to refine. She had refined most of them into pills and split them with Li Qingshan. There was still a small portion, either because she had not managed to refine them in time, or because she could not find the spiritual herbs that matched them, so they could be regarded as unpaid debts. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. I might be Prince Sai Ching's biggest creditor, so I'm not in need of those things. However, you still have to pay your debts, or you'll just have to pay with your body. Before you turn into stone, I'll let you experience what the pleasure of making love is. Shin smiled. I have 4 words for you. Wishful thinking. Fuck you. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. The water god seal flew up from his hand, shining with 2 streaks of blue light that resembled mist. They enveloped the 2 of them, and they both absorbed the spiritual chi silently, falling silent for a moment. Time passed. Their eyes met, and after a while, Shin closed her eyes. Li Qingshan smiled and closed his eyes as well. He looked at the ocean pearl condensed in his body. It spun as it spun, devouring the surging water spiritual chi like a glutton before refining and converting it into its own power. It was like a bottomless pit. The demand for spiritual chi at Golden Core Shore is startling. If I don't have the water god seal and only have to consume pills and absorb spiritual chi to cultivate, the amount of time I'll need will definitely be calculated in years. Once the spirit turtle breaks through to the 5th layer, the amount of water spiritual chi required will definitely be tremendous. It really won't do without the water god seal as a foundation. Shin opened her eyes again and stared at his face before closing her eyes again. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. As the saying went, 60 years in the mountains. Cultivation would always make it easy for people to forget the passage of time. It felt like they had only taken a nap or spaced out for a while. Li Qingshan stabilized his cultivation at Golden Core. At the same time, he comprehended the various changes after the second heavenly tribulation. The breakthrough of human cultivation did not directly increase his strength by much. It only refined his soul and body again, making his soul sense even more powerful. After all, the North Moon who cultivated the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was far too powerful. The greatest use of the ocean pearl was to replenish 20 to 30% of his demon chi at crucial times. However, crossing this major realm of cultivation was crucial, whether it was for humans or diamonds. The higher one's cultivation, the closer they were to the ways of the world. No matter how many cultivation methods and wondrous abilities there were, Their final objective was to welcome the descent of the heavenly tribulations. It was as if a heavy shackle had been broken. The ox demon, tiger demon, and spirit tortoise, who had been stagnant all this time, slowly began to grow in strength again. They also gained a new understanding of the usage of their innate abilities. When they completely mastered these understandings, they would have a higher chance of victory against opponents like Jiozhan and Sai Qing. Ayushin opened her eyes as well. The exhaustion and comfort she felt after cultivation were gone. You seem to be in a hurry to increase your cultivation recently. Li Qingshan had found this strange since a long time ago. In the past, Ayushin had never mentioned using the water god seal to cultivate. Although she had given it to him, Li Qingshan had only reached his current level after experiencing countless difficulties and dangers. They were good friends, but she would never take the initiative to ask him for something, let alone something so important. I've thought of some old grievances, and I want to settle them as soon as possible. What grievances? Tell me. It has nothing to do with you. Ayushin flatly refused. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. He sighed and placed his hand on her shoulder. If you died, I would be sad. Although they had agreed not to probe each other's secrets, it was inevitable that they would understand each other more and more. Chapter 684. Are you suffering from schizophrenia? The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled, and he let go. The gratitude on her face seemed to serve as a cushion for her malicious words, so as to create an impact. What do you mean by suffering from schizophrenia? Ayushin slapped her shoulder a few times as if she had been tainted with something. Li Qingshan gave a rough explanation, and Ayushin was taken aback. She sighed. So there's something wrong with my head too. And it's quite serious. Oh right, there's something good I have to tell you. What? Li Qingshan could only go along with her intentional change of topic. After all, everyone had their secrets, and it had nothing to do with the depth of their feelings. It was just like how he would never tell anyone about his identity as a transmigrator. If they insisted on finding out, it would instead be rude. The Marquis of Rui of Sai Qing has been dismissed from his post by the imperial court, and he even personally went to the provincial lord's estate in South Hub City to apologize. It hasn't even been a month since then. He's probably the Marquis with the shortest lifespan in history. He brought this upon himself. During the month he was on the throne, he basically declared war against the diamonds. The strength of the cultivation community in the entire Rui commandery has plummeted. Even if the imperial court can tolerate him, the provincial lord of the Green Province can't. Then who's taking over the Marquis of Rui's position? Although Li Qingshan had guessed this might happen, he could not help but rouse in spirits when he heard that. As long as Jiozhan remained in the Rui commandery, he would probably do everything he could to make trouble for him. But speaking of which, who was it that was encroaching on his territory? Don't tell me it's the new Marquis of Rui. Don't tell me it's another prince. He's returned it to the Jiang family, replaced by one of Jiang Fu's sons, but his only at Foundation establishment. He'll be assisted by Commander Ji Yu and Great General Han. Great General Han, yes, your father-in-law Han has returned. He's undergone the second heavenly tribulation too, taking over the position of Great General. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. With that, the Han family had basically stabilized their position in the Rui commandery again. Coupled with Jiyu Yangying, the two most authoritative figures of the Rui commandery, he had close ties with them. No one would make things difficult for him anymore. He could temporarily settle down and cultivate for a while, fly away with Han Qiongji, go into the Azura field to make a few more babies with Yi Liubo, or go underground to bully Helicoverpa Rosa. Of Rui of his time. Once the painting tomb opened, he would go on an adventure with Chu Danqing. Of the days. As, he of in of Qing, of Chu of Qingshan, he of the Shan, he, Chu, of the of Chen, he, of. However, Li Qingshan firmly believed that it was not that he would not seek revenge, but that the time had not come yet. After chatting with Ayushin for a while longer, Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Oh right, have you heard of the flower of water and fire?" The flower of water and fire. Yu Xin's expression immediately became rather strange. It said that in the depths of the South Sea, when a volcano erupts, water and fire merge. You don't need to say any more, I understand. Before Li Qingshan could even finish, he was interrupted by Yu Xin. He beamed inside. So you've heard of it. Do you know where I can find it? Yu Xin shook her head. There's no need to look. There's no need to look. Because it's fake. Yu Xin said firmly. Legends were only known as legends because it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. She had actually determined it to be fake, which left Li Qingshan very surprised. That's what the Banyan Tree King personally told me. He stayed in the Mist Province for 10,000 years. That's not like his omniscient. I'd advise you to stop wasting your time on this. This legend is a lie. Yu Xin's gaze drifted away as if she was gazing into an extremely distant place. The legendary flower of water and fire was indeed a symbol of peace between the two races, but there was more to the legend. If the flower of water and fire bloomed constantly, it would bring great disaster to the two races. In the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard in the prefectural city of Clear River, the bronze hawk spread its wings, overlooking and guarding the city. However, the entrance seemed rather deserted. This was obviously due to Sai Qing's sins. If it were not for the fact that a portion of the Hawkwolf Guards were not disciples of the 100 Schools of Thought and that they were out on missions and did not take part in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, they basically would not have been able to function normally already. In a room on the top floor, Hua Changlu was currently busy with official documents. In the past, she lacked this ability, but after the wisdom imbuement, she was extremely adept at it now. Suddenly, she heard a few thumps outside the window. She turned around in surprise, only to see a familiar figure standing outside the window with a resplendent smile. Big Brother Li, you've emerged. Hua Changlu was overjoyed. She stood up in a hurry and opened the window, letting Li Qingshan in. Li Qingshan saw Hua Changlu dressed in the uniform of a Scarlet Wolf commander. She seemed valiant and much more mature. Congratulations, you've been promoted. Greetings from subordinate Hua Changlu, Commander. Hua Changlu clasped her hands with a smile. She was delighted to be able to work with him. The only flaw was that her elder brother Commander did not spend much time in the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan said seriously, just like how men and women work together, work is never tiring. You should have been my assistant a long time ago. I'd even be interested in coming here a few more times. Then if you don't come in the future, I won't let it go. Hua Changlu pouted slightly. No matter how mature she had become, she could not help but behave like a little girl when she faced the man she had been thinking about day and night over the past few months. As soon as she said that, she found it to be a little too intimate. Her face reddened slightly, which made her seem extremely charming. It made Li Qingshan's heart skip a beat. He sniggered. I'll do my best. Where's your elder brother? My elder brother has broken through to mid-foundation establishment and been promoted to a White Wolf Guard. He's gone to the Rui Commandery. When Hua Sungzon was mentioned, Hua Changlu recovered some of her composure. She could not help but recall what Hua Sungzon had said to her when she returned from the Rui Commandery. His words were vague, but the meaning was very clear. He wanted her to maintain some distance from Li Qingshan. He was not a man she could control. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. He's finally gotten what he wanted. The infatuated lover of Hua Sungzon had finally gotten a little closer to the woman of his dreams. When this was mentioned, Hua Chenglu's expression became rather mixed. My elder brother. Oh right, Commander Jiyu said that if you emerge, you should contact her immediately. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. When Li Qingshan left the Chain Mountains, he had chosen this place as his first stop because he wanted to contact Jiyu Yangying. Her status was great enough, so she knew many secrets. He wanted to ask her just who was encroaching on his territory. Hua Changlu watched as Li Qingshan stepped into the room to contact the Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. She sank into her thoughts. She felt like Li Qingshan's aura had changed slightly again with his appearance this time, but she was unable to describe just what the changes were. Suddenly, she thought of something. Don't tell me Big Brother Li has broken through to Golden Core? Afterwards, she shook her head and found that impossible. Golden core was not that easy to break through to. Although he had boasted that he could break through to golden core before the age of 30, he was still a few years away from that. Only when she thought like that did she feel like the distance between them was not so great. Li Qingshan had concealed his aura, but it was not something she could see through. Not long after, Li Qingshan walked out of his room with a thoughtful look on his face. He received a piece of good news from Jiyu Yangying. The imperial family had paid back the debt that Sai Qing owed him without any discount at all. It was currently in Jiyu Yangying's Sumeru ring. She could pass it on to him at any time. This was obviously fantastic news, but at the same time, Jiyu Yangying reminded him that it was best if he did not expose his current cultivation. This matter had already raised some displeasure from the higher-ups, but it was not to the point where they would lower themselves to deal with a measly foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he exposed his current cultivation, it would definitely shock the world and draw everyone's attention. Jiyu Yangying's exact words were, "If you don't want to be transferred to the Mist province as a White Hawk commander, you better maintain your current situation obediently." This was perfect for Li Qingshan. He also happened to want to settle down for a while. Right now, the title of genius had nothing to do with him. However, what Jiyu Yangying said next surprised him. It was not humans who were devouring his water territory, but diamonds. They wanted to use this method to force the North Moon to show himself and then pass on the Dragon King of the Sea's orders to him so that he could meet the Dragon King in the Ink Sea. Once he received the orders, if he dared to turn them down half-heartedly, then he would immediately be unable to tolerate the Dragon King of the Sea and the diamonds of the Green Province. There was no need for any reason at all. To a ruler, disobeying orders was a capital offense. Originally, Li Qingshan thought he could find an opportunity to kill him with his clone if he was not some powerful figure. Fortunately, he did not do that. He was still reluctant to directly oppose the Dragon King of the Sea. That was much more troublesome than the Beast King. He might as well make the name of the North Moon vanish for a while. Hua Chenglu asked in concern, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I'll pay a visit to the 100 schools of thought first." "Oh right, I'll come visit you often in the future." Li Qingshan flew off. Hua Chenglu grumbled, "What do you mean come visit me often? This isn't a building." In the underground palace under Benevolence Island, Chu Tian quietly lay on a frost jade bed. The frost jade bed exuded a white mist, and his naked body was faintly discernible. Originally, his figure was extremely ordinary, but now it had become much taller. He appeared slightly thin, but it complemented his elegant temperament. The only regret was that his face was too ordinary. Beside the bed, a red-crowned crane incense burner spat out a wisp of smoke. It curled around Chu Tian as if it was alive, giving off a dense, wondrous fragrance. It made his body relax, and his bones seemed to loosen up bit by bit. He slumped on the bed, and even his mind drifted away. A white figure walked over to the bed and extended her hands. One of them held a sharp knife that was only around an inch long. She said, "Are you ready? I'm about to begin." The voice was hazy, as if it came from afar. Through the mist and smoke, Chu Tian made out Ayushin's face. Using the last of his strength, he nodded slowly. Afterwards, his thoughts rapidly sank. Li Qingshan walked in from the passageway and stood beside Hua Ci. He had left the Chain Mountains with Ayushin. He knew she wanted to perform plastic surgery on Chu Tian, so he obviously had to come and take a look. Obviously, she had to come and take a look. All she saw was Ayushin concentrating. The blade in her hand slid away Chu Tian's cheek easily, carrying out the surgery in an orderly manner. Chapter 685. Arriving outside the underground palace, Hua Ci thanked Li Qingshan first. However, even when this little, dark-skinned old man expressed his gratitude, he did not seem particularly enthusiastic. He always gave Li Qingshan the impression that he was a relatively cold person. Baojian treasured mirror, Hua Ci took a moment to organize his words. Ayushin isn't her original name. Really? Then her original name is... Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. From the very beginning, He found this name to be rather special. He had never heard of anyone with the surname Yu before. Her original name isn't important. I'll be honest with you. Shin was something I came up with. Together, they form the word forgive. Forgive. Forgive who? Forgive herself. I originally thought she could let go already and become a doctor in the Green Province, but ever since the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, Hua Ci sighed. His face was filled with worry. Why are you suddenly telling me this, senior? If she wants to go to the Mist Province one day, you have to stop her. Hua Ci's eyes shone, which gave Li Qingshan the feeling of an old man passing down his will and asking someone to take care of his young child. He thought, he's not as cold as he seems on the surface either. If something happens to her, I obviously won't just stand by. Though, why should I forgive her? Since she can't let go of her past, I'll just help her kill whoever she wants to kill. Li Qingshan's plain words were filled with unwavering confidence and resolve. Hua Ci studied Li Qingshan again and shook his head with a bitter smile. Li Qingshan wanted to ask about Shin's past, but Hua Ci refused to tell him. I'll let her tell you herself. Chu Tian woke up and opened his eyes. He was still in the pitch-black underground palace. He sat up on the jade bed and touched his face. It was enveloped by layers of white gauze. Did I succeed? You failed. Congratulations, you're disfigured. Don't take off this layer of cloth in the future, just in case people get upset when they see it. Shin sat to one side. Fellow Daoist, you're joking again. Chu Tian could feel the changes on his face. His skin had completely fused together. Li Qingshan said curiously, quickly open it and let us see what it looks like. While Chu Tian was unconscious, Hua Ci carried out the follow-up treatment, and the injury on his face had basically healed. As the layers of white gauze were removed, a handsome face was revealed. His eyes were like cold stars, his nose was sharp, and his eyebrows were slanted to the temples. Other than his pale face, he was a standard handsome man. Coupled with the change in temperament after recovering his memories, there was no trace of Chu Tian at all. How shameless. Li Qingshan grinned. She actually made herself so handsome. He was even more convinced by Shin's plastic surgery skills. Chu Tian took the mirror and looked at his face. He first cupped his hands towards Shin and said, "Thank you for your help." Then he smiled at Li Qingshan and said, "This is my face from my previous life. It's not that I'm ugly or beautiful. From today onwards, I am no longer Chu Tian." On Cloudwisp Island, the bamboo forest rustled. It had once bustled with activity, but after the disaster of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, it had recovered its desolation. As the leader of the school, Liu Chuanfeng could only sigh in sorrow. However, he was already very fortunate to be able to survive. All he could do was look forward to the entrance examination. He would accept a few more talented disciples. However, it was not like he did not have any benefits. The schools of novels of the other 8 prefectures had suffered far greater losses than them. The damage they suffered was far greater than theirs. Quite a few of them were completely wiped out, their inheritance severed. There was no longer a single prefecture that could compete with them for control over the Cloud Wisp Association anymore. Sun Fubai easily expanded the Cloud Wisp Association to the entire Rui Commandery, establishing branches in the various prefectures. The foundation of the School of Novels immediately multiplied by more than 9-fold, and the speed of their cultivation immediately reached a whole new level. Right now, Liu Chuanfeng was writing a new novel. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura approach. He put down the brush in his hand and made his way to the entrance. Sure enough, he saw a tall, large figure stride over. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan's divine talisman of great creation had undergone a complete transformation, reaching a whole new realm. Moreover, the power in the divine talisman of great creation rapidly increased too. He knew it was mostly thanks to Sun Fubai. This feeling of constantly growing stronger without spending too much effort on cultivation was quite nice. The news of Li Qingshan emerging from secluded cultivation spread. Everyone hurried to Cloudwisp Island to thank him, but they found nothing. Li Qingshan had already left the Clear River Prefecture, flying towards the commandery city of Rui. He arrived at the entrance of the great general's estate and met Han Anjuan. He gave off an even more austere aura. He stood there all by himself, but his bearing was like that of an army. However, after seeing Li Qingshan, he became much friendlier, thanking him first. If it were not for Li Qingshan, Han Tiri would basically be dead for sure in the Azura field. Whether it was to him or the Han family, this was a great debt of gratitude. Li Qingshan smiled without minding it. We're all family, so there's no need for you to be so polite. Seeing how you're safe and sound, father-in-law, and you've even broken through the second heavenly tribulation is truly something worth celebrating. I'll have to take good care of you in the future. You've become the unraging monk's disciple, so how can I take care of you? As Han Anjuan said that, he took out a brocade box from his 100 treasures pouch and passed it to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. To no surprise, there was an origin spirit pill inside. He passed it back to Han Anjuan. You better leave it for Tie. I don't need it. As long as you stop saying those unpleasant things in front of Cheongji and making her suffer, it'll be fine. Han Anjuan did not decline any further. He knew that Li Qingshan had won a staggering sum of money from Prince Saiqing, and he also knew that he had given a 5-year virtue accumulation pill to Han Cheongji for cultivation. It was no less valuable than an origin spirit pill, so it was impossible for him to calculate everything clearly. I'm her father. There are some things that I need to say. Whether she listens to it or not is her business. I won't blabber on about it. As Han Anguwa said that, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He stared at Li Qingshan and was alarmed inside. He asked in some disbelief, "You've undergone the second heavenly tribulation?" Li Qingshan had only used a regular method of concealing his aura. He did not use the power of the spirit turtle, so it was obviously no problem for him to fool Foundation Establishment cultivators. If Golden Core cultivators did not look carefully, they would miss it too, but if they looked carefully, they would discover the problem. You've noticed, but please keep this a secret for me. It's best not to divulge this for now. Even if Han Anjuan's disposition was firm like iron, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh at this moment. He'd tempered himself bitterly for so many years, cultivated day and night, and experienced countless dangerous tests in the Azura arena before finally taking this step. Unexpectedly, he noticed that this kid had already caught up to him in the blink of an eye, and She faintly showed signs of catching up from behind. The word genius could no longer describe She. After leaving the great general's estate, Li Qingshan did not see Han Cheongji. As it turned out, she was also in secluded cultivation. It would take quite a lot of time for her to completely refine the effects of the virtue accumulation pill. Chapter 686. Chu Tian is already dead. From today onwards, I will be called Lin Xian. Please don't call me the wrong way when you see me in the future. Under the resplendent sunlight, Li Qingshan's mind drifted off. He recalled the final words the man called Chu Tian had said in the dark underground palace. Was Lin Xian a name he made up? Or was it his original name? He had no idea. He only knew that Chen Rongji was in trouble this time. She would be an enemy even more terrifying than Saiqing and Yi Dan. All the school leaders gathered together, gazing at the rippling surface of the water. Because the original water mirror disk had been taken away by that wretched demon Northmoon, the water mirror for observing the new students was cast by Li Qingshan, who was most skilled in water techniques. Li Qingshan leaned against the window and gazed at the shimmering lake of dragons and snakes lazily. It had truly been a long time since he had experienced such a peaceful life. He felt like every single bone in his body had been dismantled, allowing him to relax. Actually, he had not been idling around during this period of time. He had paid a visit to the Chan monastery of Nga and reported his current cultivation to the unraging monk. The unraging monk sighed in amazement at his terrifying cultivation speed. The only pity was that he had condensed an ocean pearl and not a Buddhist ara. Afterwards, the unraging monk allowed him to enter the 7th floor of the demon suppression tower. He advanced step by step, and after a bitter battle, he finally arrived before the 7th demon suppression statue and comprehended the 7th demon suppression statuary. And, this was all thanks to the fact that he could demonify freely now, disguising himself as a demon, so the demons would not gang up on him. His cultivation advanced further too, and his demon heart became even more resplendent. After demonifying, he could contend against mid or even late golden core cultivators. However, he was unable to see Xiaoan, who he wanted to see the most. He only heard that she was cultivating arduously in the body courtyard, refusing to speak to anyone. It was said that she was practicing Zen of silence, but the unraging monk said that she just did not want to speak to anyone. With some reluctance, Li Qingshan left the Chan monastery of Nga. Before he left, the unraging monk warned him, "You're all moving too quickly. You should stop and think about it." After some thought, Li Qingshan agreed with him. He had gone from a teenager who knew nothing at all to practicing cultivation methods of both diamonds and humans. It had only been a decade or so before he reached his current realm of cultivation. Xiaoan was no different. He had gone from a little ghost who was afraid of wind and light to someone who could kill corpse commanders like butchering dogs. No matter how talented he was, he still needed a certain amount of time to consolidate his strength. Powerful cultivators struggled to achieve rapid progress, which was why Brother Ox had given him 10,000 years. Perhaps it was not that the powers of the phoenix and the spirit turtle could not merge, but he had invested far too little time and effort into it. He always wanted to resolve the problem in one go, allowing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. As it seemed now, it was not that simple. Since there was no shortcut to the South Mountain, then he would just have to climb up bit by bit. Right now, he sat lazily upstairs, while his mirror clone was deep underground, soaking in the magma of the earth and enduring the pain of being burned. It was on the brink of collapse at any time. He had to constantly mobilize his demon chi to repair it. Only then could he maintain it. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, his comprehension of the ways of the world and the mysteries of nature had deepened. He had gradually found a way to merge water and fire. He was no longer as confused as he was in the past, where he had no idea what to do. "Qingshan, once it's all over, let's go to the restaurant and have a few drinks together. How about that?" Wei Yangsheng suddenly said. His expression was not exactly ingratiating, but it was filled with deep reverence. In reality, while Li Qingshan was unconcerned, he had always been the focus of everyone's attention. Even Han Thierry, who was as cold and tough as steel, looked at him in a completely different light after receiving Han Anjuan's subtle hints. The only one who did not take him seriously was the leader of the School of Medicine, Yu Xin. At the very least, that was how it seemed. "Sure. Is the door still open?" Li Qingshan agreed straightforwardly. It was not like he was some kind of ascetic cultivator, and he had the opportunity to drink to his heart's content, so why would he turn it down? Even a centipede will not fall over even when it's dead, let alone a sect as large as it. Though, it seems like there's been quite a lot of trouble lately. It's all because it's lost its foundation after all. "Qingshan, why don't you take over?" Liu Zhongqing picked up the conversation with a smile and suggested to Li Qingshan. After Granny Yu's death and Qiu Haitang's disappearance, the sect was leaderless. Not only did it fall apart internally, but it also faced numerous dangers externally, becoming the target of many organizations. Originally, Liu Zhongqing wanted to use this opportunity to swallow it up, but after careful consideration, he still gave up on that idea. Li Qingshan had taken a tremendous risk to help Qiu Haitang escape, but in the end, he ended up taking all the benefits. If any ill feelings arose between them, then the losses would outweigh the gains. As a result, he used his identity as the prefect to maintain the status quo of the sect. It did not collapse, but no one could get their hands on it either. Let me think about it. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to say, "What use do I have for that?" However, upon further thought, this was Qiu Haitang's sect after all. If he had the opportunity in the future, it would be nice if he could return it to Qiu Haitang. The various tests were carried out in an orderly manner. In the end, the handsome young man called Lin Xian passed the tests with ease and joined the school of Taoism, becoming a Daoist. It left the leader of the school of Confucianism, Wei Yangsheng, in great pity. Many people were confused too. Ever since Jukenz's death, the school of Taoism had always been without a leader. It was completely up to the primary disciple and a few professors to manage the situation and pass down the Daoist methods. No one could make the decision to give him any extra benefits, but Wei Yangsheng had offered quite the impressive conditions. However, Li Qingshan understood that he had probably chosen the school of Taoism precisely because he did not want a certain person to pay special attention to him. He would probably become the leader of the school of Taoism before long. Not only did he possess a powerful cultivation method and cultivation experience, but Yushin had even promised to provide him with sufficient resources for cultivation in exchange for the Daoist technique of cloud furnace and the detailed teachings of the Daoist technique of cloud furnace. The rise of a new star could already be foreseen. Liu Chuanfeng sighed. What a pity. If only this kid could join our school of novels. You can stop dreaming, junior brother. The school of novels might be much more powerful than before, but true geniuses won't take this path. For the entrance examination this time, Sun Fubai had specially hurried back as well. He had accepted over a dozen disciples for the school of novels. Li Qingshan said, if it weren't for that bastard Ju Tong, I wouldn't have ended up in the school of novels. Sun Fubai smiled. This is the will of the heavens, as well as the good fortune of the heavens. I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Qingshan. I'll tell you in detail once we get back. The School of Novels has great potential too. They returned to Cloudwisp Island with the new disciples. The three of them each said some words of encouragement and explained some of the rules of the School of Novels. They let them wander around before returning to the bamboo loft to discuss matters. Among the dozen or so new disciples, the oldest was already 20 years old, while the youngest was only 9. After the three of them left, they all let out a sigh of relief. The pressure that a foundation establishment cultivator gave off was far too great. Although it was just an unintentional aura, it was enough to make them hold their breaths. The oldest youth exclaimed excitedly, "It's really him." The youngest child, who was 9 years old, tilted his head in confusion. "Who is it?" The one who spoke at the end, the one who's the tallest, is Senior Uncle Li Qingshan. Don't tell me you haven't heard of him before. The young man suppressed his voice as if he was saying, "You're just too ignorant." Of course I've heard of him. He's the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture. He was originally just a cowherd, but he only cultivated for around a decade before defeating a group of Foundation establishment cultivators from the School of Novels in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. He's not even 30, yet he's already close to breaking through to Golden Core. He's the most powerful genius in our Clear River Prefecture, no, in the entire Rui Commandery, a young girl said immediately. She was so proud as if she was talking about her own matters. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The young man sighed. "Sigh, I'm not asking for anything else. I just want to reach Foundation establishment before the age of 30. The others all showed expressions of admiration and eagerness. They were filled with confidence towards their lives in the School of Novels. The power of a role model was endless. Although Li Qingshan was still a distance away from becoming renowned throughout the world, becoming renowned throughout the Rui Commandery was not an issue at all. Before he knew it, he had become a legend. In the bamboo loft, the three of them sat before one another. Li Qingshan picked up a cup of tea and said to Sun Fubai, "Fubai, you've worked hard. Qingshan will replace wine with tea, so let me toast you." Liu Chuanfeng also picked up a cup of tea and expressed his gratitude to Sun Fubai. If it were not for him running around outside, the Cloud Wisp Association definitely would not have achieved what it had today. Sun Fubai replied with a smile, "Junior brother and I should be the ones thanking you. Qingshan, do you still have any money on you?" "Money? Are you talking about spiritual stones?" Sun Fubai shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, just money. Real gold and silver." Originally, to cultivators at their realm of cultivation, gold and silver were basically no different from scrap metal, completely meaningless. However, in order to expand the Cloud Wisp Association and carry out Li Qingshan's plan, Sun Fubai set up free private schools across the Rui Commandery to teach the children of poor families how to read and write. He wanted to expand the foundation of the School of Novels, only to discover that money really was not enough. In the vast territory of the Rui Commandery, just setting up these private schools would probably cost hundreds of millions of gold and silver coins. Coupled with the costs of recruiting people and maintaining operations, it would be an astronomical figure, and it would only be paid out. Sun Fubai was not lacking in methods to accumulate wealth. He already possessed many salt pans and gold mines, all of which were rolling in money. However, if he wanted to carry out such a grand plan, there was still quite a gap. After listening to Sun Fubai's explanation, Liu Chuanfeng said, "Since you don't have money, then you'll have to develop it slowly. Why are you in such a hurry?" Sun Fubai shook his head. "But that'll be far too wasteful. It's like a barren piece of land. The more seeds you plant now, the more food you'll harvest in the future. If you delay farming by a year, you'll harvest by a year, so the more you invest right now, the better." Li Qingshan rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch and found quite a lot of silver notes, as well as gold bars and silver ingots. They were worth as much as 10 million taels of silver. "Then I won't hold back. It'd be great if I had more." Li Qingshan thought, regular sects don't accumulate too much gold and silver, but there are exceptions. The pavilion welcomes guests from all over, and most of them are mortals who use gold and silver. The sect should be quite rich, right? Li Qingshan told him Liu Zhangqing's suggestion, and Sun Fubai immediately said, "That's a great idea. A single pavilion surpasses 10 banks." Chapter 687. Chu Tian is already dead. From today onwards, I'm called Lin Xian. Please don't get it wrong when you see me in the future. Under the resplendent sunlight, Li Qingshan's mind drifted off. He recalled the final words the man called Chu Tian had said in the dark underground palace. Was Lin Xian a name he made up? Or was it his original name? He had no idea. He only knew that Qian Rongji was in trouble this time. She would be an enemy even more terrifying than the likes of Sai Qing and Yi Dan. All the school leaders gathered together, gazing at the rippling surface of the water. Because the original water mirror disk had been taken away by that wretched demon, the North Moon, this water mirror for observing the new students was cast by Li Qingshan, who was the most skilled in water techniques. Li Qingshan leaned against the window and gazed at the shimmering lake of dragons and snakes lazily. It had truly been a long time since he had experienced such a peaceful life. He felt like every single bone in his body had been dismantled, allowing him to relax. Actually, he had not been idling around during this period of time. He had paid a visit to the Chan monastery of Nga and reported his current cultivation to the unraging monk. Even the unraging monk sighed in amazement at his terrifying cultivation speed. The only pity was that he had condensed an ocean pearl and not a Buddhist ara. Afterwards, the unraging monk allowed him to enter the 7th floor of the demon suppression tower. He advanced step by step, and after a bitter battle, he finally arrived before the 7th demon suppression statue and comprehended the 7th demon suppression statuary. And, this was all thanks to the fact that he could demonify freely now, disguising himself as a demon. As a result, he would not be ganged up on by the demons. His cultivation advanced as well, and his demon heart became even more resplendent. After demonifying, he could contend against mid or even late golden core cultivators. However, he was unable to see little Anne, who he wanted to see the most. He only heard that she was cultivating arduously in the body courtyard, refusing to speak to anyone. It was said that she was meditating in silence, but the unraging monk said that she just did not want to speak to anyone. With some reluctance, Li Qingshan left the Chan monastery of Nga. Before he left, the unraging monk warned him, "You're all moving too quickly. You should stop and think about it." After thinking about it, Li Qingshan deeply agreed. From a youth who didn't know anything, he cultivated both human and demonic cultivation methods. It had only been 10 years or so for him to reach his current realm. Little Anne was no different. He had gone from a little ghost afraid of wind and light to someone who could slaughter corpse commanders like they were dogs. No matter how talented he was, he needed a certain amount of time to settle down. It was difficult to become a powerful cultivator in a short period of time. That was why Brother Ox gave him 10,000 years. Perhaps it was not that the powers of the phoenix and the spirit turtle could not merge. Instead, he had invested far too little time and effort into it. He always wanted to resolve the problem in one go, so his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, it seemed that it was not that simple. Since there was no shortcut to Nanshan Mountain, he would climb up bit by bit. Right now, he sat lazily upstairs, while his mirror clone was deep underground, soaking in the magma of the earth and enduring the pain of being burned. It was on the brink of collapse at any time. He needed to constantly mobilize his demon chi to repair it, which was the only way he could maintain it. After overcoming the second heavenly tribulation, his understanding of the grand Taos of the heavens and the earth and the profundities of nature had deepened, and he'd gradually found a way to fuse fire and water together. He wasn't as confused as he was in the past. Qingshan, once it's all over, let's go to the restaurant and have a few drinks together. How about that? Wei Yangsheng suddenly said. His expression was not exactly ingratiating, but it was filled with deep reverence. In reality, while Li Qingshan was indifferent, he had always been the center of everyone's attention. Even Han Thierry, who was as cold as steel, looked at him in a completely different light after receiving a subtle hint from Han Anjuan. The only one who did not take him seriously was the leader of the School of Medicine, Yu Xin. At the very least, that was how it seemed. Sure, has the door not been closed yet? Li Qingshan readily agreed. He was not an ascetic, and there was no way he would refuse a chance to drink to his heart's content. A centipede dies but never falls down, not to mention such a large sect. However, there seems to be a lot of trouble recently. After all, it has lost its root. Qingshan, why don't you take over? Liu Changqing suggested to Li Qingshan with a smile. After Grandma Yu was killed and Begonia disappeared, the sect was without a leader. Not only did it fall apart internally, but it also faced many external dangers, becoming the target of many forces. Liu Changqing originally wanted to take the opportunity to annex it, but after some consideration, he gave up. Li Qingshan had taken a great risk to help Begonia escape, but in the end, he had reaped all the benefits. If there were any grudges between them, it would be too much of a loss. Thus, he used his status as the prefect to maintain the status quo of the restaurant so that it would not fall apart and no one could get their hands on it. Let me think about it. Li Qingshan originally wanted to say, what use do I have for that thing? However, on second thought, this was Begonia's sect, after all. If there was a chance in the future, it would not be a bad idea to return it to Begonia. All sorts of tests were carried out in an orderly manner. In the end, this handsome youth named Lin Xian easily passed the tests and entered the School of Taoism, becoming a Daoist. This made Wei Yangsheng, the head of the Confucian school, feel that it was a great pity, and many people could not understand why. Ever since Jukenz's death, the School of Taoism had been without a leader. It was all up to the chief disciple and a few professors to manage the situation and pass down their Daoist techniques. No one could make the decision to give him any extra benefits, and Wei Yangsheng had offered quite good conditions. However, Li Qingshan understood that he had probably chosen the School of Taoism precisely because he did not want to be paid special attention to by someone. It would not be long before he became the leader of the School of Taoism. Not only did he have powerful techniques and cultivation experience, but Yu Xin had also promised to provide him with sufficient resources to cultivate in exchange for the detailed teachings of the Cloud Furnace Dao technique and the Cloud Furnace Dao technique. The rise of a new star could already be foreseen. Liu Chuanfeng sighed and said, "What a pity. It would be great if this kid could join our School of Novels. Junior brother, don't be delusional. Although the School of Novels is much stronger than before, true geniuses will not take this path." For the academy entrance examination this time, Sun Fubai had also specially rushed back and accepted over 10 disciples for the School of Novels. Li Qingshan said, "If it weren't for that bastard Ju Tong bullying me back then, I wouldn't have ended up in the School of Novels." Sun Fubai smiled and said, "This is the will of heaven, and also a blessing from the heavens. I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Qingshan. When we get back, I'll explain in detail to you. The School of Novels is also very promising." After returning to Cloudwisp Island with the new disciples, the three of them said some words of encouragement and explained some of the rules of the School of Novels. They let them wander around before returning to the bamboo building to discuss matters. Among the dozen or so new disciples, the oldest was already 20 years old, while the youngest was only 9. After the three of them left, they all let out sighs of relief. The pressure from a foundation establishment cultivator was far too great. Although it was just an unintentional aura, it was enough to make them hold their breaths. The oldest youth exclaimed excitedly, "It's really him." The youngest child, who was 9 years old, tilted his head in confusion. "Who is it?" The one who spoke at the end, the one with the biggest physique, is Senior Uncle Li Qingshan. "Don't tell me you haven't heard of him before." The young man suppressed his voice as if he was saying they were all too ignorant. "Of course we've heard of him. He's the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture. He was originally just a cowherd, but he only cultivated for around a decade before defeating a group of Foundation establishment cultivators from the School of Novels in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. He's not even 30 yet he's already close to breaking through to Golden Core. He's the most powerful genius in our Clear River Prefecture, no, the entire Rui Commandery," a young girl said immediately. She was so proud as if she was talking about her own matters. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The young man sighed. "Sigh, I'm not asking for anything else. I just want to reach Foundation establishment before the age of 30. The others all showed expressions of admiration and eagerness. They were filled with confidence towards their lives in the School of Novels. The power of a role model was endless. Although Li Qingshan was still some distance away from his pursuit of becoming renowned throughout the world, becoming renowned throughout the Rui Commandery was not an issue at all. Before he knew it, he had become a legend. In the bamboo loft, the three of them sat before one another. Li Qingshan picked up a cup of tea and said to Sun Fubai, "Fubai, you've worked hard. Qingshan will replace wine with tea, so let's toast to you." Liu Chuanfeng also picked up a cup of tea and expressed his gratitude to Sun Fubai. If it were not for him running about outside, the Cloud Wisp Association definitely would not have achieved what it did today. Sun Fubai smiled in response. "Junior brother and I should be the ones thanking you. Qingshan, do you still have any money on hand?" "Money? Are you talking about spiritual stones?" Sun Fubai shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, just money. Actual gold and silver." Originally, to cultivators who had reached their realm of cultivation, gold and silver were basically no different from scrap metal. However, in order to expand the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai carried out Li Qingshan's plan to establish free private schools across the Rui Commandery, teaching the children of poor families how to read and write. He wanted to expand the foundation of the School of Novels, but he discovered that money really was not enough. In the vast territory of the Rui Commandery, just establishing these private schools would probably cost hundreds of millions of gold and silver coins. Coupled with the cost of recruiting people and maintaining operations, it would be an astronomical figure, and it would only cost money and no money. Sun Fubai did not lack methods to amass wealth. He had already grasped quite a few salt pans and gold mines, which were all rolling in money. However, if he wanted to carry out such a grand plan, there was still quite a gap. Hearing Sun Fubai's explanation, Liu Chuanfeng said, "Since we don't have money, we'll just slowly develop it." "Why are we in such a hurry?" Sun Fubai shook his head. "But that'll be far too wasteful. It's like a barren piece of land. The more seeds you plant now, the more food you'll harvest in the future. If you delay farming by a year, you'll harvest by a year, so the more you invest right now, the better." Li Qingshan rummaged through his 100 treasures pouch and found quite a lot of silver notes, as well as gold bars and silver ingots. They were worth tens of millions of taels of silver. "Then I won't hold back. It'd be great if I had more." Li Qingshan thought, regular sects don't accumulate too much gold and silver, but there are exceptions. The building welcomes guests from all over, and most of them are mortals who use gold and silver. The sect should be quite rich. Li Qingshan told him about Liu Changqing's suggestion, and Sun Fubai immediately said, "That's a great idea. A single building is better than 10 banks." Chapter 688. In the depths of the serene lake, the lake rippled on top of Chiu Haitang's head. She sat upright without moving. Her long eyelashes, slightly raised nose, rosy lips, and uncombed black hair cascading down to her waist and buttocks like a waterfall. She was enchanting and beautiful. After a while, she opened her eyes and sighed faintly. Unknowingly, she had stayed at the bottom of the lake for so long. She had never secluded herself for such a long time. It was as if she had been forgotten by the world. Of course, only one person knew that she was there, and that person had clearly forgotten about her. These damned and heartless males. She had been in the foundation establishment realm for many years and had a solid foundation. After converting her cultivation technique into the Rouge Heart dye technique, she had broken through to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm with the help of Grandma Yu's Rouge Heart. However, she had yet to completely refine it and was still a distance away from the peak. To take that step and form her own Rouge Heart was not an easy task. She did not have the origin spirit pill, and it was too difficult to break through by relying on her own strength. She got up and paced back and forth in the cave. If not for the rapid improvement of her cultivation, she almost doubted that she could stay here for so long. Although she was tired of the hustle and bustle, after being lonely for a long time, she realized that living alone was not so simple. She tucked her long black hair to the side of her face. Although she was a cultivator, she firmly believed that the meaning of life was not just cultivation. She could not allow her appearance to silently wither in the long river of time. All of her cultivation was to pursue the man she loved, and then use the yearning dye red thread secret technique. Since people's hearts were fickle, she would use a red thread to bind them together. Who would that person be? The first thing she thought of was Wasungzon, but she immediately rejected it with a smile. Although she loved him to the point that she was willing to give up her dignity, she did not want to force things to this extent. If the other party was heartless, what was the point of relying purely on a kind of technique to maintain their affection? Then, that fiery red hair appeared before her eyes. With a wicked smile, she muttered, "North Moon, bastard." Dong dong dong. At this moment, a knocking sound came from above. Begonia looked up. She saw a familiar smiling face outside the crystal wall. North Moon. Li Qingshan stepped into the abode at the bottom of the lake. This abode had not changed much from when he left, although it had undergone some simple decorations. But it was still as empty and boring as a prison. Compared to her original extravagant and gorgeous cave residence, it was like heaven and earth. It must have been hard for her to stay here for so long. Looking at Begonia again, Li Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, she was wearing a plain and indifferent dress, and she had a kind of beauty that had been washed clean. Her skin was as white as snow, but perhaps it was because she had stayed at the bottom of the dark lake for too long, so her skin had a lustrous white color. She stood there in a natural and unrestrained manner, and a pair of charming and beautiful eyes looked over. At the same time, it exuded an indescribable charm. From Begonia's point of view, he had changed quite a bit as well. He had lost some of his arrogance and recklessness, and had gained a lot more stability and calmness. The way he looked at her also made her very satisfied. But when she thought of the intimacy in the past, it still felt like it was yesterday. Waves rose in her heart, and she couldn't control herself. Her expression did not change, and she poured tea, polite and yet distant, blaming him for giving her the cold shoulder for so long. Li Qingshan asked, "You're about to pass the second heavenly tribulation, right?" "Yes." Begonia was a man of few words. "Here." Li Qingshan threw a brocade box to her. Begonia caught the brocade box, opened it, and exclaimed in a low voice, "Origin spirit pill." Li Qingshan put his hands in his pockets, turned around and left, leaving the cup of tea untouched, and the smoke curled up. "Wait. You're leaving just like that?" Begonia didn't expect him to leave just like that, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Her heart was a little flustered. "What else can I do? I don't think you want to talk to me." Li Qingshan turned around and said. She didn't give him a good attitude, so he didn't want to ask for a snub. Of course, if he used force, Begonia naturally wouldn't be able to resist, but he wasn't a pervert, and wouldn't go so far as to specifically do such things. "You're really cold and heartless." Begonia said angrily. His indifferent attitude had angered her in an instant. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would grow old. You can also be considered a cultivator. I think with your talent, if you thought less about matters of love, you would have long passed the second heavenly tribulation. You can leave. There's no need to come again." Begonia threw the origin spirit pill back forcefully. "You can't be blaming me for not coming to see you all this time, right?" Li Qingshan caught the origin spirit pill, and with a flash, he arrived behind her. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and said by her ear, "I don't care, let go of me." Begonia snorted coldly, and struggled with all her might. Li Qingshan could feel her plump buttocks rubbing against each other, and when he looked down, that snow-white ravine was rippling violently. "Then I'll give you a simple explanation. I've been cultivating for a while now, fought Sai Ching and the others twice, and killed Yi Dan. Recently, I've always been hunted down by his master. Have you heard of his master? He's from the manor of myriad beasts of the Dragon Province. He's called some Beast King or something. He's really powerful." He said it with great ease, but Begonia could hear the thrill in his voice. Yi Dan was not that easy to kill, let alone a Beast King. To a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was a powerful figure of legends. Being hunted down by him was almost certain death. While she cultivated in peace in the secret dwelling he had constructed, he had made a terrifying enemy because of her, and he had to go through dangerous battles outside. He had always been giving his all in silence. He could have done whatever he wanted, but he had never asked for anything from her. In her heart, his coldness immediately turned into silent responsibility, and she felt extremely apologetic. "I don't know. I should have known that Yi Dan wouldn't just let the matter rest after killing so many of his disciples. It's great that you're fine. This is not good news for you. My enemy is your enemy. After all, everyone knows that you're my woman." Li Qingshan lifted Begonia's chin, and she raised her head to meet his gaze. She understood that he was angry at her for giving him the cold shoulder, and she could not help but smile. "If it weren't for you, I would already be dead. I'm afraid this is my fate." Begonia sighed softly. There was a hint of helplessness, but not much sadness. Her eyes were shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, which made her look even more alluring. "I don't believe in fate. Everything depends on one's own effort." Li Qingshan stuffed the origin spirit pill into her hands, and let go of her rather reluctantly. If he continued to maintain this attitude, he could not guarantee what he would do. This time, they would meet again. For some reason, he had a feeling that he did not want to offend her too much. Perhaps it was because he was not drunk this time. "Can you tell me in detail what happened outside?" Begonia turned around. She yearned to know what he had experienced. "All right." Li Qingshan recounted the adventures of the North Moon. Inevitably, there were some elements of falsehood in the story, to fill in some blanks, to cover up some flaws. And the most falsehood was all about Begonia, such as "I've been thinking about you at that time," or "ever since I found out that Yi Dan was rude to you, he was someone I had to kill no matter what. He's someone I have to kill no matter what, even if I have to provoke some Beast King." This was his personality. When Begonia ignored him, he would not bother to say a word. But when she gave in, he was willing to say some nice things to make her happy. It had to be said that this was rather difficult. When Li Qingshan said these words, even he himself felt a little uncomfortable. His acting skills were far from normal. Begonia was an intelligent woman who was very good at reading people's expressions. She should have seen through his clumsy lies at a glance, but, even though she said, "I don't believe you," she still wore a bashful smile on her face. Towards the end, her eyes shone with extraordinary splendor, looking extremely touched. The tenderness in her eyes continued to expand. This made Li Qingshan understand why it was said that female cultivators' love tribulations were the heaviest, and ordinary people should not get involved with them. Seeing the joy that came from the bottom of her heart, she was practically glowing, exuding an incomparably moving charm. Thus, his sweet words became more and more smooth, to the point that even he himself almost believed them to be true. At that time, I might have indeed thought about her, But I was interrupted by that Dan's strange cries, so I had no choice but to kill him first. At this time, his hands and feet were very well behaved, only holding her lily-white hand and gently caressing it. Because admiring her radiant beauty at that moment, appreciating the affection flowing in her eyes, was an enjoyment that far surpassed lust. Bashful laughter, concern, coquettish anger, all kinds of expressions were extremely moving. If he were to indulge in lust, it would instead be a kind of destruction to this beauty. Begonia's eyes were filled with smiles. You really let him call you, are you? Yes, I called him our Ching, and our Dan and our Jean. You really should have seen the expressions on their faces at that time. You're really rotten to the core. Begonia laughed wildly. Why don't I call you are you from now on as well? Then I'll call you our Tang? No, it sounds awful. Just call me by my name. Li Qingshan then said tenderly, Hi Tang. That's too mushy. Begonia frowned, but she felt a strange shudder in her heart. Her cheeks flushed red. Sai Ching arranged so many women for you, why didn't you touch them? Or are you lying to me? I swear to the heavens, this is definitely true. It's because compared to my Hai Tang, they are like fireflies to the sun and moon. I really can't arouse any interest. When did I become your woman? Didn't you already accept your fate? Where there is a will, there is a way. I regret it. It's already too late. Of course, there were many loopholes in these words. After such a long time, if he really yearned for her day and night like he said, could it be that he really couldn't find a bit of time to see her? However, she automatically ignored all of them. Even if she thought about it, she felt that not only did he have to cultivate outside, but he also had to fight against powerful enemies. He shouldn't be distracted, and he didn't want to bring trouble to her. If she blamed him for this kind of thing, then she was simply the kind of woman who didn't know what was good for her. She wasn't stupid, she was just too infatuated. Hua Sungzon had never spoken to her like this before, and she didn't care about other men. This woman, who had always yearned for love, was actually hearing these sweet words for the first time in her life. No matter how intelligent and sharp she was, her mind was still a bit muddled. It wasn't that sweet words could trick her, otherwise these words wouldn't have fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. All this time, his help and care for her had not been fake. He had long since touched her heart, planting a seed in her heart. These words were just an opportunity for the seed to germinate. Li Qingshan thought that if he could see numbers like favorability, he would definitely see that her favorability had increased by a large amount. As expected, he couldn't be a nameless hero. It was foolish to just practice and not speak. He had practiced what he needed to practice, and said what he needed to say. This kind of result was as natural as floating clouds and flowing water. In the end, her eyes naturally overflowed with gentleness and concern, practically melting his heart. She shyly called out a "you" in a tone that made half of his tiger bones melt. When it was time to part, Begonia was reluctant to part. Li Qingshan suddenly asked, Hai Tang, do you have money? At this point, if a modern person were to hear this sentence, they would definitely treat it as an emotional scam program. It's something like silver notes. Li Qingshan explained further. He vaguely remembered that when he gave Grandma Yu's 100 treasures pouch to her, there were many silver notes inside. At the time, he didn't care about it at all, but after Sun Fubai's reminder, he remembered. I do. Begonia could never have imagined that the reason he came looking for her was because of these silver notes, which were of little use to cultivators. However, these silver notes couldn't be exchanged for a single origin spirit pill even if they were all put together. Li Qingshan said, I have some use for them. As a result, Begonia took out all of the silver notes, but it was much more than what Li Qingshan had originally imagined. She had been the sect master of the sect of Clouds and Rain for many years, so she controlled the parlor of Clouds and Rain's accumulated wealth. Grandma Yu did not care too much about the money either, leaving it in her care. Before he left, Li Qingshan said, Hai Tang, don't be in such a hurry to ingest the origin spirit pill. If you fail the tribulation, I'll be sad. He was not lying. Yeah, I'll be careful. Begonia had never been so docile before. She said rather bashfully, in the future, if you have nothing to do, Come and sit. I will. Li Qingshan smiled and pecked her gently on the lips before turning around and leaving gracefully. Begonia stood there blankly. She touched her lips. The gentle kiss had touched her much more than when he had taken advantage of her in the past. Only a while later did she return to her senses. She spread her arms and spun around on the spot. She was extremely delighted, and her footsteps became light. The gloomy dwelling at the bottom of the lake seemed to receive sunlight as well. She calmed down after much difficulty and began to look forward to their next meeting. She looked at the origin spirit pill in her hand and thought about how she had to work harder on her cultivation. No matter what he said, she believed they were destined to be together. Li Qingshan left the bottom of the lake, but he wondered whether what he had done earlier was right or wrong. However, he cast this thought to the back of his head very soon. How could the right and wrong of the world be so easy to distinguish? What was done was done. There was nothing for him to regret. As a result, he handed the silver notes to Sun Fubai before attending a banquet in the parlor of Clouds and Rain at night. He formally took over the sect of Clouds and Rain and obtained a source of wealth. The 100-year plan of the School of Novels began vigorously. To Li Qingshan, this was nothing major. The divine talisman of great creation was not particularly important either. It could barely be regarded as the least important out of his cultivation paths, but it had truly affected the fates of countless people. Chapter 689. Time passed quickly. Winter passed and spring came, summer passed and autumn arrived. It advanced at an unprecedented, steady pace. On the bustling docks of Clear River City, the endless autumn rain scattered thousands of ripples in the river, but it was unable to extinguish the lively atmosphere. A dragon boat was docked in the rippling waters. A man stood at the bow of the boat. At first glance, he seemed like a regular farmer, and his skin was tanned and rough after being worn down by the sun and wind. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the glint in his jet-black eyes. The boat would sail against the flow. Li Long gazed in the direction that the clear river surged towards as he thought of many things. It had already been over a decade since he left his hometown. Even during the new year, he had never returned. It was not because he did not want to return, but because he always had endless farm work to do. The fruits that were about to ripen were waiting to be picked, and the medicinal fields and gardens basically needed to be watered every single day. The Clear River Prefecture had suffered multiple catastrophes, but large swathes of land filled with spiritual qi had been emptied out. A few destroyed sects and medicinal gardens still remained, but they were all taken care of by the disciples of the School of Agriculture. They basically could not leave for even a moment. This was a rare opportunity for cultivation for him. Under these circumstances, it was basically impossible for him to spend his time and travel several thousand kilometers just to return home once. All he could do was ask people to send some silver notes back home from time to time as a form of filial piety. Right now, his face was tanned and skinny, and his clothes were old. He seemed like a lump of soil that had just been dug out of the ground. His entire body gave off a rustic aura. As a result, when the rain gradually grew heavier and he returned to the cabin, the people around him had to maintain some distance from him. Many years ago, he had gone from the Crouching Ox village to Qingyang City to learn from a master exactly to rid himself of his identity as a farmer. In the end, he ended up becoming a farmer through and through. It was indeed rather funny. However, the leader of the School of Agriculture, Earth Elder Huang, had praised his appearance as a skeleton of earth and wood. He said he was a genius of the School of Agriculture, so he wanted to pass on the position of school leader to him. It was exactly because of all the hard work he had put in that his cultivation had skyrocketed. In over a decade, he had gone from an uncultured member of the Jianghu to the primary disciple of the School of Agriculture. A 10th layer Qi practitioner. Originally, he planned on breaking through to foundation establishment after a few more years of arduous cultivation in a single stroke. A letter from home had been sent from the Crouching Ox village to Qingyang City before being sent to the headquarters of the Iron Fist in Clear River City through the Iron Fist's line of communication before being passed on to him. After learning of his father's death, he hurriedly packed his luggage and set foot on the road back to his hometown. Before departing, In addition to entrusting large tracts of land to his fellow apprentices to take care of, he also paid a visit to his only fellow countryman, Li Qingshan. He asked if he wanted to pass on a message or anything else. Li Qingshan thought for a while and remembered the name village chief Li. Then, he told Li Long to restrain his grief and didn't show any sadness on his face. After so many years, the death of a mortal who was unrelated to him and had even offended him was naturally difficult to move. He did not like to put on an act. Li Long didn't blame him. He had been away from home for so many years. During several critical moments, he had helped her for free, which was how she got to where she was today. Even though she had already become so powerful, she could still be described as treating him as an equal. Even to herself, the old face showed signs of blurring. Only when she heard the news of his death did it suddenly clear up. She did not feel particularly sorrowful either. In the end, Li Qingshan did not pass on any messages. This was within Li Long's expectations. Ever since he had severed ties with his brother and sister-in-law, his connection with the Crouching Ox village had become so thin that it was almost non-existent. This man seemed different from regular people ever since he was young. Only when the witch filled his stomach with talisman water did he become a little more normal. However, he did not like to play with people his age either. He would go to the Crouching Ox Hill to graze cows and play the flute whenever he was free. He seemed eccentric, strange, and unreasonable. Everyone treated him as an anomaly. Although they did not directly reject him, they did not develop any deep feelings for him either. Only many years later did he suddenly realize just how extraordinary he was, which served as an explanation for his miraculous rise to prominence later on. The ship pulled out the anchor and sailed against the flow. The prefectural city of Clear River gradually grew further away. Li Long embarked on his journey back to his hometown. The ship passed through Jiaping City. The city that had once been slaughtered by the rock demons had now regained its vitality. It was said that even the Hawkwolf guard on the mountain had been restored. The ship continued onwards until it arrived at the dock where they had originally set off from. He disembarked and fished out a seal, summoning a fine horse. This was a mount he had bought for the convenience of traveling around. After traveling for another day, the familiar old city walls appeared in the distance. Only then did he suddenly realize that his hometown was not as far away as he had imagined it to be. Iron Fist School. Two brawny men dressed in black, along with a pair of majestic stone lions, stood guard in front of the door. Passers-by all made a wide detour around them. The man on the left gazed at the sky and grumbled, "This rain sure is never-ending. Achoo, gatekeepers sure are unlucky in this weather." The man on the right shuddered. "It's much better than summer. As long as we stand here for an hour, we'll feel like we've been fished out of the water. Who told us to join the sect too late, and our martial arts are too lacking? Let's find a brothel later and have a proper drink to warm ourselves up. Once I become an innate master, I'll be sleeping in a brothel. Just by you? What about me? Li Qingshan was even worse off than me in the past. He couldn't even afford to visit a brothel. Now I've heard that all the brothels in the entire Clear River Prefecture belong to him. And that Li Long used to be a member of our Iron Fist. I've heard that he's already reached several dozen layers of the innate realm now. There are only 10 layers to the innate realm. How can there be several dozen layers?" As they spoke, a dark, skinny man directly made his way towards the entrance. His gaze drifted around. As he looked at the familiar gatehouse, he sighed endlessly. It was only because Qingyang City was relatively remote and close to the boundless mountains that the two diamonds occupied that the war with the diamonds in the past did not affect this place too much. "Who is it? Country bumpkin, do you really think you can just stare at the Iron Fist? Don't look around here. Piss off, piss off. I'm Li Long. I'm a disciple of Liu Hong, Sect Master Liu. Go back and report this." Li Long did not recognize the two gatekeepers either. He only knew that they were new disciples he had accepted after he left. They stood there rather awe-inspiring, but their martial arts were not even second or third-rate. All they could do was scare the common people, or they would not have been sent here to guard the gate. "You said you're Li Long?" The burly man widened his eyes. Although they had never met before, the name was like thunder to their ears. He was a powerful figure who had emerged from their iron fist of Qingyang City. He was a great master who had reached several dozen layers of the innate realm. The Iron Lion Liu Hong would brag about him whenever he drank. However, from his attire, he did not seem like the rumored Li Long at all. Why did he seem like he had just returned from the underground? The two of them dared not tarry. They knew that certain masters of the Jianghu liked to put on an act, so they immediately went in to report this. A while later, a dignified, middle-aged man in embroidered robes walked out with the wind. However, he was not Liu Hong. When he saw Li Long, he was taken aback. He went up and grabbed his hand. "Junior brother, it really is you." Senior brother Wang Lei. Li Long recognized him as well. As it turned out, the Iron Lion Liu Hong had already passed the position of sect master of the Iron Fist to his first disciple, Wang Lei. He had left the city to live out the rest of his life. Wang Lei patted Li Long's shoulder and showed a sorrowful expression. "Junior brother, I am sorry for your loss. Uncle is already so old." He said some comforting words, but Li Long could see that there was not much sincerity in it. It was just some pleasantries. Li Long said, "Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens." Wang Lei gave an order. On one hand, he sent someone to invite Liu Hong, who was retiring outside the city. On the other hand, he gathered all the disciples of the Iron Fist and lined them up from behind the screen wall to the entrance of the main hall. "Junior brother, please." Wang Lei waved his hand and walked in front, putting on the posture of a sect master. He emphasized the word junior brother, meaning to say that he did not forget that he was still his senior brother. The two of them had never been on good terms. Over a decade ago, Wang Lei had often been dissatisfied with Liu Hong's special treatment of Li Long. Afterwards, when he took over the position of sect master of the Iron Fist, he gradually calmed down. Now that he saw Li Long's dejected appearance, he could not help but feel rather delighted. He told Li Long about the changes in the Iron Fist after he left, about how he had led the good men of the Iron Fist to achieve great things, taking control of the entire Qingyang city. Of the original 4 organizations, 2 had been personally destroyed by Li Qingshan. The Drawn Reins village had always remained closed off, and it became even more so after Huang Binghu left. The Iron Fist had become the only organization in Qingyang city, so Wang Lei was obviously very awe-inspiring as the sect master. With a single call, countless people responded to him. Even the district magistrate had to respect him. He had many wives and concubines in the inner courtyard. He thought, "What kind of cultivator are you outside? You might not even be as happy as me being the local tyrant of Qingyang city." All Li Long could do was nod. The Qingyang city of the past was like the entire world to him, but now, it was just an inconspicuous, tiny city. There were no fertile fields rich with spiritual qi either. If it were not for Liu Hong's presence, it would have been impossible for him to stop. The two of them sat down in the central hall. Wang Lei asked with a smile, "Junior brother, you haven't married or had children in the past few years you've been outside. Then what do you usually do? There's so much farm work that I can't finish. Where would I find the time to marry and have children?" Li Long said. There had once been a disciple of the School of Music who was interested in him, but he was too busy to care about anything else, so he left it unsettled in the end. Wang Lei raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Farm work? Don't tell me cultivators have to farm." Li Long smiled. "I'm a disciple of the School of Agriculture. What else can I do if not farm?" Wang Lei furrowed his brows and shook his head. "What's the point of cultivating anymore? I found it boring in the beginning, but as time went on, I found it rather interesting." Li Long said. Working on the soil, watching the fruits ripen and spiritual herbs grow, receiving the feedback from the earth and plants at the same time, allowing his cultivation to rapidly increase. It was an indescribable joy. Wang Lei curled his lip to express his confusion. He felt like Li Long was just being stubborn. In his eyes, a farmer was only slightly better than a beggar. He would be better off directly killing him than making him farm for a decade. Sure enough, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. His awe-inspiring master of the Iron Fist was obviously the head of a chicken. He was still much better than Li Long, who was the tail of an ox. Chapter 690. The Galloping Horse's Hooves Splashed the Yellow Muddy Water. The yellow buckskin horse galloped through the curtain of rain and came to the Iron Fist gate. The rider on the horse suddenly pulled the reins and with a neigh, the horse raised its hooves high. "Old master." The disciples waiting outside the door saw the person and came forward to greet him. Liu Hong got off the horse. His body was as strong as before. He shook the reins and strode into the door. When he came to the front of the main hall, he saw Li Long and was shocked. "You're back, master." Li Long also rushed out of the hall and knelt down in the rain. He had joined Iron Fist since he was a child and learned martial arts from Liu Hong. He had received all kinds of teachings from him. His feelings for him were even deeper than his father's. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back." Liu Hong was excited. He helped Li Long up with both hands and entered the hall to sit down. The master and the disciple were so excited that they didn't know what to say. Death is inevitable in life. Only by cultivating like you can one transcend life and death. Your father is so old that it's a happy death. Don't be too sad. I'm afraid it won't be long before you come back to mourn for me. Speaking of Li Long's father, Liu Hong couldn't help but sigh. At his age, he felt the threat of death day by day. He was very envious of cultivators who could prolong their lives. "Master, what are you talking about? You're strong and can certainly live to 100 years old." Li Long said sincerely. After more than 10 years, Liu Hong seemed to have aged a lot. His face was full of wrinkles, and most of his hair was white. Only qi refinement could slow down aging. No matter how strong a warrior was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time. Living to 100 years old was already the limit. "Yes, master. It's not easy to transcend life and death. At most, you can live a few more years. As long as you live comfortably for the rest of your life, it doesn't matter." Wang Lei was in the prime of his life and had a strong physique, so he didn't really care about the word death. When he heard Liu Hong talk about how good it was to be a cultivator, he felt a little uncomfortable. He wouldn't envy his junior brother whose martial arts were not as good as his. Liu Hong glared at Wang Lei. "I've lived on the edge of a knife for so many years. Do I need you to teach me? It's all thanks to me and that Li Qingshan that you were able to live in peace for so many years." Wang Lei was unhappy. He was a sect master after all, but Liu Hong lectured him like he was a child. However, in the Jianghu, a master's status was even higher than a father's. Regardless of whether it was the righteous or evil path, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was a great crime. Everything he had came from Liu Hong, so he couldn't refute it. Senior brother is right. The most important thing in life is to be as you wish. Cultivation has its difficulties too. I almost lost my life a while ago. Speaking of which, it might not even be as good as living a peaceful life in Qingyang City. Li Long tried to persuade him. Although he had spent more time with land than people in the past few years, he could sense some of Wang Lei's thoughts. However, he had no intentions of comparing himself to him. They lived in completely different worlds already. He did not want to make Wang Lei unhappy because of him either. After all, Liu Hong would have to rely on him for his retirement in the future. Hearing how Li Long agreed with him, Wang Lei cheered up again. Junior brother really has understood quite a lot after going out for a stroll. Just like the old saying, no matter how good it is outside, it's not as comfortable as home. Liu Hong said in surprise, "There's even danger in the 100 schools of thought? I heard that it's like the dwelling of immortals." The basic necessities of life there are incomparable to those of mortals. Only now did he notice how Li Long was dressed. He seemed very disheveled, but at the same time, he discovered that just now, when he walked out and knelt in the rain, there were actually no traces of wetness on him at all. He was just as dry and rustic as before. Li Long told him about the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures and sighed heavily. In that battle, there were thousands of cultivators, but only around 100 survived. Many people with higher cultivations and techniques than me died there. Even now, I still feel lingering fear when I think about it. I never thought the cultivation community would be even more dangerous than the Jianghu. I really do have to thank that Li Qingshan. Liu Hong was amazed. A battle on such a scale was completely unimaginable. It was even more dangerous than the battles of the Jianghu. Even more unimaginable was that the country bumpkin from back then already possessed such remarkable abilities. Li Qingshan. I heard he's become a great figure now. Wang Lei felt like he was listening to a heavenly book. He was at a loss for a moment, imagining just how mighty it would be for him to put an end to a battle on a battlefield rife with techniques and blades. Yes. He's already the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture now. He's close to breaking through to the second heavenly tribulation. He's planning on marrying Great General Han's daughter. Wang Lei clicked his tongue in wonder. That's impressive. Master, you even hit him back then. It's not worth mentioning at all. It's not worth mentioning at all. Liu Hong laughed aloud. Back then, Li Qingshan had offered 10 taels of silver for a punch from him, which had infuriated him quite a lot. Thinking about it now, he had actually hit such an important figure before, which instead made him feel very proud. Li Long thought about the past and could not help but smile. They chatted for a while longer, and the sky gradually darkened. Liu Hong said, "It's getting late. Let's hurry back to the Crouching Ox village through the night." Wang Lei said, "It's difficult to traverse the mountain paths when it's raining. Junior brother has come all the way here, and he hasn't even eaten yet, so there's no need to hurry. Why don't we rest in Qingyang City for the night and wait until tomorrow? Junior brother can have a proper bath tonight and change into a set of decent clothes. You can basically say that he's returning home in glory. We'll all have to change into morning clothes when we get back. What's there to change?" Then Liu Hong glanced at Li Long though. "Why don't we just change into a set of morning clothes here?" In other words, he really did find his current set of clothes to be rather unpresentable. The phrase returning home in glory was all returning home in glory. The smaller the village, the more attention they paid to this sort of decency. All Li Long could do was smile bitterly. Earth Elder Huang had personally bestowed his set of clothes to him. Although it seemed very shabby after being passed down through the School of Agriculture for many generations, it was still a supreme-grade spiritual artifact after all. It would bring great benefit to his cultivation, so why would people look down on it? "Master, let's hurry back after we eat." Originally, Wang Lei wanted to hold a great banquet in the Qingyang restaurant to welcome Li Long back, but he was reprimanded by Liu Hong again. As a result, he held a banquet in the hall and called over a few prominent figures of the Iron Fist to accompany him. The alcohol was aged for over 20 years, while the dishes were delicacies from the mountains and the wild game. It was a delicacy of delicacies. Li Long only drank the alcohol and ate a few mouthfuls before stopping. Wang Lei said, "Junior brother, is it not to your taste? I'll get them to remake it. I'm used to eating fruits. I planted all of these myself. Everyone, have a taste." As a result, Li Long took out a few fruits from his 100 treasures pouch and distributed them to everyone on the table, as well as a jar of fruit wine he had brewed himself. In the past few years, he basically ate his 3 meals a day from the crops he grew, which could basically replace the pills he normally used for cultivation. He sold the rest, which had always sold well. As a result, as long as they had enough land and were willing to work hard, disciples of the School of Agriculture were all very wealthy. "Then we'd like to try it." Wang Lei glanced at the 100 treasures pouch on Li Long's waist in envy. He sneered inside, "Why does he seem like a poor relative from the countryside?" He even brought some local produce. Everyone could not stop after tasting it. For a moment, they fell silent. Only when they finished off the fruits and drank the jar of wine did they exhale deeply. Their faces were filled with the aftertaste. These ordinary fruits were actually more delicious than any of the delicacies on the table. They felt refreshed, and the jar of wine went without saying. The fragrance filled the air as it entered their mouths. It seemed rather bland, but it immediately became as intense as fire. Their organs felt like they were being ironed, and the fragrance lingered for a very long time. All the fine wines they had tasted in their lives were as tasteless as plain water compared to this. To those who loved wine, they could even shorten their lifespans by a decade or two if they could drink wine like this every day. A leader said in surprise and joy, "I feel like my inner force has grown by quite a lot." It was not just him. Everyone sensed the changes in their bodies. Not only had their inner force increased, but even some of the hidden injuries they had accumulated over the years had healed. When they looked at Li Long again, they all felt deep veneration. The things he had casually given them were all rare treasures in the Jianghu. It was very normal for it to lead to a bloody battle. In the past, a single stalk of spiritual ginseng was enough to turn Qingyang City upside down. As a genius disciple of the School of Agriculture, the fruits that Li Long had grown were no worse than the spiritual ginseng. Although the spiritual ginseng was relatively old, it had not been nurtured with great care. Junior brother, these things must have been difficult to obtain. Wang Lei's feelings were rather mixed. He no longer dared to underestimate the disciples of the School of Agriculture. Li Long beside him suddenly became unfathomable too. It was very difficult in the beginning. It took me quite a lot of time to understand. The control of sunlight and rain is very particular. Most importantly, I still have to use suitable techniques. Li Long explained some of the farming methods of the School of Agriculture, but he saw how everyone was confused, so he stopped talking. Liu Hong stroked his beard with a smile. He was comforted. Li Long had even prepared a jar of medicinal alcohol for Liu Hong, but when he considered its value, he did not dare to take it out so directly. He had to wait for a suitable opportunity. After eating these things, the banquet became tasteless again. And, although they did not feel full, they did not feel hungry at all. As a result, the group set off overnight. Basically all the disciples of the Iron Fist set off, making their way to the Crouching Ox village in a grand manner. The Crouching Ox village was also submerged in the night rain. Only caretaker Liu's home and village head Li's home still had their lights on. In a dark hut in the west of the village, a man and a woman conversed. The woman said gruffly, "Old man Li is dead, so Li Long will definitely return to the village. He's on good terms with Li so we have to ask him to send a letter to that kid. He's rich now, so he can't forget about us. We've taken care of him for so many years. Without us to cook for him, he would have starved to death a long time ago." This had once been the voice that Li Qingshan hated the most, and this was his home in the past, or more accurately, the ruined cowshed next door. There was another cow in the cowshed, and there would also be children playing the flute, riding the cow to the Crouching Ox Hill to graze the cows. However, they did not have to stay in the cowshed. Who knew how many times better their food and clothing were compared to the past Li Qingshan? Chapter 691. Ouch! You crazy woman, let go of me. Elder brother Li let out a cry of pain. Sister-in-law Li pulled elder brother Li's ear and forced him to turn around. "I'm so unlucky to be married to a useless thing like you. You don't even dare to send a message. What's the use of having you? Your brother is quite a character, but he's a heartless bastard." Sister-in-law gritted her teeth, her face full of hatred. She hated elder brother Li for being useless, and she hated Li Qingshan for being heartless. Over the years, the one who had changed the most in the village was village chief Li's family. Originally, he was just a farmer who was not much better than them. However, since Li Long went out, the silver was sent back like flowing water, and he suddenly became rich. His original house was pushed down and a large house was built. He ate delicious food and drinks every day, and there was no need to work in the field. Looking at their own house, although they had a few more acres of land, they had one less laborer. They also had to buy cows, and they had to feed an extra family. Their lives were much more difficult. She had heard that Li Qingshan was much richer than Li Long, but she couldn't even get a penny from him. It really made her grit her teeth every day. "Wasn't it you who came up with the stupid idea to take over his land and drive him out of the family? Now you're blaming me. If you dare to say another word, I'll slap you." Elder brother Li was also angry. These years, he had been mocked by the villagers. They said that they finally had a good man in the family, but he was driven out of the house by him. Hit me. Hit me. Just beat me to death. Sister-in-law Lee's ball-like body waved her 4 plump hands and feet and made a scene on the bed. Speaking of these things, she was also regretful to the point of her intestines turning green. But what was done could not be undone. What was the use of saying these things now? Page crazy woman. Even if you don't think about us, you have to think about Stone. You want him to farm with you for the rest of his life. Elder brother Lee was also silent. His mind gradually became active. No matter how big the hatred is, so many years have passed. After all, we're brothers with broken bones and connected tendons. Even if he wants to blame me, his brother, he can't blame his nephew. As long as he can relax a little. It was an inexhaustible blessing. At the same time, below Crouching Ox Hill outside the village, a few houses were submerged in the night rain. There was a faint glimmer of light. At first glance, it looked like a residential building, but it was covered with a red outer wall, which looked like an ancestral hall. After entering the door, there was an offering table and a few plates of fruits. The lone lamp was on the verge of collapse even without being blown by the autumn night wind, as if it would be swallowed up by the darkness at any moment. Under the dim light, a black wooden figure could be vaguely seen. With one hand on his waist and the other holding a knife, although the posture was very impressive, the workmanship was very rough. It was obviously the work of a countryside carpenter. However, his appearance was somewhat similar to that of Li Qingshan, or more accurately, Li Qingshan in his youth. This was the hut that Li Qingshan had built for himself with a wild boar. Afterwards, he made a name for himself as the Tiger Butcher, so the villagers built a special small temple for him, calling it the Tiger Butcher Temple. There was even a temple attendant responsible for cleaning and taking care of it. In reality, he was just a childless, crippled old man. The villagers called him Cripple Liu. Old Man Liu's responsibility was to ensure that the oil lamp did not go out at night, but there was no one to supervise him. On this bleak autumn night, he had already closed the temple door early. He ate some pig meat and drank half a liter of unclean wine before hugging his blanket and falling asleep. When someone broke through the temple door and entered the temple, he was completely unaware. The person was extremely well-built, and his face was covered in a beard, making it impossible to tell his age. When he stepped into the temple, he was not wet at all. His eyes stared at the wooden statue, and they shone with a hateful light. He ground his teeth and said, "Li Qingshan." He suddenly took a step forward and struck the air with his palm. With a loud sound, the statue shattered into pieces. As for the flickering oil lamp, it was still burning steadily. Old Man Liu shuddered and woke up. He was still in a daze. Is it thunder? He limped to the front of the hall and saw the well-built figure with a single glance. Before he finished speaking, the man struck out with his palm again, and old Liu exploded like a statue, causing a scarlet mist of blood to rise. Only his head was left intact, and it was placed on the sacrificial table by the man. He silently prayed and said, "Father, I'll complete your unfulfilled wish first and destroy the Crouching Ox village. This will be the first. There will be a day when I personally kill Li Qingshan." Xiong Batian said viciously. If Li Qingshan were present, he might find him rather familiar, but of course, it was also possible that he had no impression of him at all. Compared to the enemies he had killed later on, the master of the Black Wind stronghold, Xiong Xiangwu, was nothing. Xiong Batian was Xiong Xiangwu's son. However, he did not remain in the Black Wind stronghold. Instead, he learned martial arts from his grandfather. He knew that when the Black Wind stronghold was massacred, he was still a child. He understood that if he wanted revenge, all he could do was endure and wait for a good opportunity. However, after enduring for over a decade, he discovered that his enemy had already become a Scarlet Hawk commander. His hopes of revenge became more and more uncertain. All he could do was massacre the Crouching Ox village and kill all of Li Qingshan's friends and family to vent his hatred. Xiong Batian lifted up Old Man Liu's head and made his way towards the Crouching Ox village. He was determined to kill everyone and pile up their heads into a tower. This was the Black Wind stronghold's favorite symbol. He wanted to use it as a memorial to Xiong Xiangwu and his uncles. Suddenly, he stopped. In the distance, He saw a group of people pass through the rain and enter the crouching ox village. His face became cold. "All right, I'll kill as many as they come today." And the Drawn Reins village, Iron Fist, and everyone else related to Li Qingshan must die. Li Long's return caused an uproar in the courtyard of the Li family. Li Hu and Li Bao came out to receive him, crying out, "Big brother, you've finally returned. Before father died, he was still calling your name. Why are you so late?" They had now become fair and plump, their faces full of richness. Each of them grabbed one of Li Long's hands, as if he had just left yesterday. The cries outside the morning hall also rang out, all of them grieving to the extreme. Li Long silently changed into his mourning clothes. He kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times before arriving in the morning hall. When he saw the corpses that had been processed in the coffin, 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks. As soon as he completed the ceremony, Li Hu pulled him into a side room. Li Bao followed behind him in a hurry. Li Long was confused. He listened to them argue with each other. As it turned out, after village head Li Long had left, they had been fighting over the family property. They had been in a heated argument, waiting for Li Long to return and uphold justice. The 2 of them glared at one another furiously. They no longer seemed sad at all. Li Long felt disgusted. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly sniffed. "There's the smell of blood." A heavy smell of blood permeated through the rain, coming from the other side of the village. Chapter 692. Liu Hong, Wang Lei, and the others saw Li Long rush out of the door, so they followed. However, unlike Li Long, they couldn't see in the dark, so they could only see a blurry shadow. Liu Hong was shocked and stopped moving. Wang Lei caught up and rushed towards the shadow. "Who is it? Be careful." Li Long stepped out and released his true qi, which turned into a palm and grabbed Wang Lei. Wang Lei felt a huge force and flew back involuntarily. The place where he was originally standing suddenly exploded into a big hole. Mud and rain splattered everywhere. Wang Lei's heart was cold. If he still stood there, he wouldn't even have a whole corpse left. A 10th layer qi practitioner, Xiong Batian, was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a 10th layer qi practitioner in this small village. He threw the head in his hand like a hidden weapon and quickly retreated. He had cultivated for so many years and was only at the 8th layer. Even if he cultivated for another 10 years, he might not be able to reach the 10th layer. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Long's body flashed, avoiding the head, and was about to chase. Bang, 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 bang. The head exploded in the air, and countless bone fragments flew everywhere. It was more fierce and dangerous than any hidden weapon in the Jianghu. Li Long had true qi to protect his body, so he was not afraid of such a move. However, there were still Liu Hong, Wang Lei, and a group of Iron Fist disciples behind him. If he ignored them, none of them would survive. He took a step back and waved his hands. There were no moves to speak of, but his movements were natural and casual, as if he was farming in a field. His true qi surged, and the bone fragments flew away. There were a few screams. There were still a few Iron Fist disciples who were hit. Although they weren't fatal, the wounds immediately turned black and hardened. They twitched and fell to the ground, dead in an instant. Corpse poison. Li Long's pupils shrank. If it was a qi practitioner, as long as they could hold on for a while, they would be able to save them. He could still save them, but these ordinary disciples were no different from mortals. How could they possibly resist it? The poison attacked the heart and sealed the Marquis with blood. At this time, even Liu Hong didn't have much time to react. He just watched as Wang Lei ran out. They flew back, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 heads were flying in front of him. They exploded together. The 2 brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, ran to the door while panting. What happened? He narrowed his eyes, and with the help of the light from the lantern, he saw the fallen Iron Fist disciple. He immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "Murder!" The extremely penetrating voice made the entire courtyard of the Li family boil with excitement before spreading through the entire Crouching Ox village. Many people woke up from their dreams. Liu Hong asked, "Who was that just now?" I don't know. Li Long's expression was solemn. If the other party was a cultivator who cultivated in the art of refining corpses, then slaughtering an entire village to refine corpses would not be strange. However, this matter was clearly not so simple. Otherwise, they would not have beheaded the villagers. With their cultivation as a 10th layer Qi practitioner, even if they were disciples of the school of agriculture who were not skilled in battle, killing an 8th layer Qi practitioner would not be a problem. However, once they began fighting, the Crouching Ox village would definitely suffer heavy casualties. And, from the traces of the other party's attack, it made him worry. With a flash of light, a hoe appeared in his hand. He called out loudly, "Who are you? Why have you come to my Crouching Ox village? Do you know the name of Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan, it's not like you're Li Qingshan. The matters here have nothing to do with you, so why do you have to risk your life for mortals? Let's mind our own business. Xiong Beishan's voice rang out from the other end of the village. I'm from the Crouching Ox village, so how does it have nothing to do with me? You can still flee right now, or I'll definitely take your life. Hearing that, Li Long immediately understood what was going on. He could not help but feel both furious and mocking. This person definitely had grievances with Li Qingshan. As long as he left the Crouching Ox village, Li Long would immediately pursue him. He would definitely kill him. If that's the case, then you can stay here and die with the Crouching Ox village. Xiong Beishan's tone was startlingly bold. He rolled up his sleeve, and to no surprise, there was a string of copper rings for controlling corpses on it. His other hand was the same. With the flow of true qi, the copper rings lit up together. Li Long suddenly felt a tremendous aura of corpse. He flew into the air on his artifact, and his heart sank. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. A dense swarm of corpse soldiers appeared out of nowhere, radiating with an aura even colder than the autumn rain. Although most of them were regular zombies, not even zombies, having not been refined at all. They were just walking corpses transformed from corpse poison and corpse qi. There were a total of 1,000 or 2,000 of them. There were quite a few iron plate corpses among them. Against an army of corpses like that, even 10th layer Qi practitioners would be exhausted to death unless they could kill the controller as soon as possible. However, the enemy was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies, so they had to be extremely careful. The humans and diamonds had been at war for several years. Coupled with the natural disasters and banditry caused by it, the number of people who had lost their lives was well over 10 million. The art of refining corpses was widespread in the world. Only when the disaster of Burial Mound Mountain occurred did this trend settle down slightly. However, basically every single Qi practitioner in the Clear River Prefecture possessed a copper ring for controlling corpses. The enemy had used corpse explosion and corpse poison right from the start, clearly specializing in this cultivation method, which allowed him to control even more zombies. Today, I swear I will leave no one in the Crouching Ox village alive to avenge my father. You still have time to flee right now, or once you fall into the encirclement, only death awaits you. Xiong Batian was like a general on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the army advanced, slamming into the huts one by one. Rumble. The earthen walls were directly smashed through, unable to stop the flood of corpses. They actually wanted to flatten the entire Crouching Ox village. Liu Hong's face changed drastically. He had gone through many trials and tribulations of the Jianghu, but he had never seen such a terrifying sight before. It was like a terrifying, colossal beast was lunging towards him from the darkness. Wang Lei shuddered in fright. His legs trembled as he called out at the sky, "Junior brother, be careful, everyone," Li Long said and flew in the direction of the army of zombies. At this moment, the Iron Fist disciples who had been poisoned to death suddenly opened their eyes and slowly crawled up from the ground. The people in the surroundings immediately scattered. Li Hu and Li Bao even scrambled away, pissing their pants. Liu Hong bellowed out and used the charge of the Iron Cavalry, landing a punch on the corpse's head. With a thump, the corpse's head split open like a watermelon, and the corpse collapsed on the ground again. He leapt about and punched out like the wind, pushing his martial arts to the limit. Every single punch landed on a head, and the corpses that were about to crawl up collapsed on the ground again. These were just normal walking corpses that were transformed from the zombie poison. Although they were very strong and did not fear death, their reactions were slow. Against a Jianghu expert like Liu Hong, they could not do anything. He was not a threat at all. The Iron Fist disciples erupted in cheers. Liu Hong stood majestically on the corpses. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He calmed himself down. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a few corpses. What Li Long was facing right now was not just a few corpses, but thousands. There were men and women, young and old. They crowded around him, and they even let out meaningless roars, which combined into a terrifying buzz. The continuous autumn rain had already stopped at some point. The clouds dispersed, and an autumn moon shone down with cold light. It illuminated the tiny crouching ox village, but it was like a nightmarish scene. The wave of corpses ignored all obstructions. They advanced rapidly. Some walking corpses fell to the ground, but they were trampled by the corpses behind them. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to a pile of meat paste. Screams rang out from the collapsed houses. However, they immediately stopped and were torn apart by the zombies. Sweat seeped out from Li Long's palms. However, after experiencing the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, he had become much more mentally prepared for a situation like this. He was not in much danger today, but if he could not stop the corpse army, he would only be able to escape with a small number of people. His other family members would all die here. He took out a handful of seeds. With a wave of his hand, the seeds scattered. The buildings in Crouching Ox Village were not densely packed. There was quite a lot of empty space between the houses, which had been opened up as vegetable gardens. A seed fell into a vegetable garden and immediately sprouted, growing rapidly and turning into a clump of black thorns. It continued to grow and spread, enveloping the entire vegetable garden in the blink of an eye. The other seeds were the same. Clumps of thorns grew endlessly, forming a wall of thorns. The black thorns were different from regular thorns. Every single spike was long and sharp, shining with a metallic luster. Xiong Batian did not care. Zombies did not even fear death, let alone pain. He dove headfirst into the thorns. Originally, he thought he would be able to break through them easily with the terrifying strength of the zombie army. However, the roots of every single thorn extended several meters into the ground, and they were constantly extending. The thorns themselves were as tough as metal, producing an ear-piercing sound as they were pulled. The thorns were like monsters that had been startled awake, dancing about madly. The thorns wrapped around and pierced. Regular living corpses were directly pierced and ground to pieces, reduced to chunks of flesh on the ground. It was like a meat grinder operating at full speed. When they came across refined zombies, they could also entangle them firmly, pulling them into their bodies. The School of Agriculture was not skilled in battle, but they had their own method of defeating enemies, which was based on these wondrous plants. They had to collect plants with offensive abilities first before nurturing their seeds over a long period of time. They possessed powerful life force, so as long as they landed on the ground, they would grow rapidly. What Li Long had just now scattered was a handful of iron-blooded thorn seeds. However, plants needed to be rooted firmly into the ground, so they could only be used for defense most of the time. They could not differentiate between friend and foe, so they were very difficult to control. Apart from the cultivator, anyone else would be attacked if they entered the thorns. However, they were perfect for situations like this. Li Long's spirit was lifted and he gained a little more confidence. He took out a handful of seeds and scattered them, but this time, no change could be seen on the ground. Let's see how long you can last. Xiong Batian mobilized the army and concentrated their attacks on the areas with relatively fewer thorns. At the same time, he took out a bronze bell and shook it forcefully. The urgent bell rang out, and the zombies became even more frenzied. They advanced recklessly, forcefully ripping apart the thorns. Although the thorns had killed a large number of living corpses, the corpse chi in their bodies was fatal to plants as well. The thorns all withered away. The army of zombies charged through the thorns like a flood breaking through a dam. They wanted to devour the tiny Crouching Ox village. The leading zombie took a step forward with his left foot and stepped on the ground. Pressure spread from the surface into the ground. Before anyone knew it, a sweet melon-like fruit had grown there. Sensing the pressure, it exploded loudly, sending the zombie flying and affecting the surrounding zombies. Boom. 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 You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,